Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take, being played at the Chandigarh Golf Club. This tournament boasts of a prize fund of rupees 1.5 crore. And to bring you the action from this third day, I am your host Shaurya Singh, joined alongside my co-host Rahul Bajaj, as we will take you through the proceedings on this penultimate day. Leading the proceedings is local lad Abhijit Singh Chadda at 11 under par, followed closely by the stalwart, the champion Gaganjeet Singh Bhullar at 10 under par, and also Karandeep Kochar at third position at 9 under par. So the tournament is really shaping up to be quite the cliffhanger, and the cut was applied at 1 under par after 2 days. Many good players unable to make the cut, as we have a look at the action now.
I welcome everyone to the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022, sponsored by Take Sports.
Go back to tee number 1.
Tee number 1, we now have the 9 a.m. tee time. Rahul Gangji playing alongside Anil Bajrang Mane and Sandeep Singh. Rahul Gangji from Calcutta, who now plays mostly on the Asian Tour and a lot of events also on the Japan Tour. Mane, who comes in from Mumbai, and Sandeep Singh from Sri Ganganagar.
We saw this tournament is getting more competitive as the years roll by. Unfortunately, the host, Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh, I think it's a lot of responsibility to pull off the tournament and the game. And obviously, as the years roll on, the game doesn't get quite easier. He's played some good tournaments abroad, unfortunately not able to emulate that form this week. And some of the notable other players who have missed the cut have been legend Mukesh Kumar, Viraj Madappa missing the cut, Gaurav Pratap Singh. We've seen him do well. Then you have SSP Chaurasia, Vikrant Chopra. As we go lower down the board, we have a look at Abhinav Lohan, who did so well at the national games, but unfortunately not making the cut this week. Syed Saqib Ahmed, Anurag Rohana, Mani Ram. A lot of these players that we see making the cut almost on a weekly basis. Sudhir Sharma. So a lot of good players unable to quite make it to the weekend rounds, I think, showing you the degree of difficulty of this golf course.
Absolutely. Chandigarh Golf Club is one of the most challenging courses in the country. Also, one of the most played on golf courses in the country. It's one of the lengthiest courses around here, with a 600 plus yard par 5 also in the 7th hole, which does bring in the EBGBs for a lot of us when we get onto the tee box, as we take a look at Rahul Gangji on the first tee.
Still has that swing speed.
Absolutely, Rahul likes to stay fit and competes a lot outside of the country. So
That's one thing you realize when you have to travel that much and still maintain that speed and fitness. Not easy.
Absolutely, really a complete body swinger is Rahil. I met him a couple of days back at the Delhi Golf Club. He was working on his putting stroke just before he moved on to a tournament in Taiwan. So take a look at Mane from Mumbai going with a driver. Mane doesn't hit it as far as Rahil, so driver would be apt for him. Most players looking at getting to about a 250 or 260 yard mark over here off the tee box to be able to get a nice approach into the green. Players usually favor the left center towards the further left of the fairway on this hole rather than moving off a little bit to the right, which has an OB line. But more than that, even if you miss it towards the right side, it's difficult to sort of get a second shot into the green. Left side sort of opens that up. As we take a look at Sandeep Singh from Sri Ganganagar.
Also going with a driver, I think these players would be able to get this driver to about 280, 85 yards at least. They'll be looking to hit a fade from the left-hand side.
Absolutely, fade it is for Sandeep, as we could tell. Keeping that face open through the impact area to get that little cut. First hole is a dog leg towards the right side. It really turns around the mark of about 270 odd yards off the tee box. If you're looking at the screen right now, that big tree, the tallest tree that you see on the left side of the fairway, is what usually players would be aiming at.
Yes, and then sort of feeding it off to the right from that tree. It does make for a small target as you move further towards the fairway. As we have a look at Chima here.
Angachima, who's coming off an injury, now currently at a tie for 11th position at a total score of 6 under par for the tournament. A lot of local lads here in the mix. We've got Abhijit Singh Chadda from Chandigarh, so is Karandeep Kochar. We have Adil Bedi, Yuvraj Sandhu, Akshay Sharma, Amrit Lal. All these players who make the top five of this leaderboard are from Chandigarh. And players who are from outside of this area are Gaganjeet Bhullard, got Jamal Hussain Maula, Chikkarangappa are the three other players, including Sandeep Singh, my apologies. Four players in the top 10 come from outside, six of them from Chandigarh itself. Rashid Khan.
Shows you that local knowledge and experience at this golf course is proving to be really beneficial for these players. As you can tell from the leaderboard, it's peppered with local talent. Also, I think another factor is that this golf course is quite difficult to play, and over the years, with them practicing here, they have been able to improve the game and hit the ball a lot longer. So that's what you see.
Incidentally, a lot of these players are usually found hovering around the top 10 numbers also. So playing on the home grounds is even more of an advantage as they have been in form now for quite some time.
Somebody that stands out is Jamal Hussain. He's always there. The
Absolutely.
previous week he was unfortunate to have been pipped at the post, but he's always there in the top 10. Very consistent, impressive player. Obviously, then you have the likes of Khalin on our screen, who just have a lot of pedigree, long hitters. For them, every golf course is easy.
Absolutely. Jamal, of course, not the longest of hitters, but manages his way to sneak into the top tens or the top fives, and most of the times also knocks on the door of a victory. So he is definitely one anomaly. Another one similar to him is Shamim Khan, who also similar distances off the tee box for both of them. Jamal could be slightly longer, but Jamal manages to put the package together very, very well.
Yeah, rightly so. He's been doing really well, similar games, and I think if you can keep the ball in the fairway, you'll eventually do well.
Chima on the first hole, cleaning up for par. So, unfortunately, that wouldn't make its way into the bottom of the cup.
Find this first hole to be quite difficult, to be honest, especially the second shot, narrow green with multiple levels.
Especially to that flag location, 38 yards inside from the frontage. It's one difficult flag to get to. If you pitch it on top, ball seems to get over the green. If you try to keep it a little short of the flag, it's just too long a putt to go up.
Yeah, not the easiest for sure. A difficult flag, nevertheless.
No problem there for Rashid Khan. Jamal Hussain Mola, the man who needs no introduction, coming in all the way from Bangladesh, currently at a score of 7 under par for the tournament after the first two rounds.
Yeah, having a good week so far is Jamal.
Jamal playing alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, winner from last week, and Adil Bedi, local lad from Chandigarh.
It's quite a good group. Again, that we're seeing on this leaderboard, there's just an infusion of youth. You look at Abhijit Chadda, Gaganjit Bhullar, Chikarangappa, Adil Bedi, Yuvraj. I think on that leaderboard, Gaganjit Bhullar seems to be the senior champion, unfortunately. And he's only 35 years old, 34 years old. So it's just showing you that it's becoming difficult for the experienced lot to keep up with this.
I think Jamal might be a similar age as Gagan.
Yes, I'm just thinking about that. It's becoming difficult, and we're seeing that more experienced lot are just somehow unable to challenge the younger lot, and we're seeing that week in week out. As we have a look at the poster boy for that youth movement, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. What a player he's been with so many victories, and just indomitable spirit that he has, and he's a birdie machine, only deals in under par. And if you go lower down that leaderboard, we see the likes of Rashid Khan, who obviously now is another experienced campaigner in his 30s. Veer Alawat, another youngster, Om Prakash Chauhan, a little more experienced. But we're not seeing many players in their 40s. They've sort of faded into oblivion. It's years past they used to say that experience is something that really comes in handy. I think golf has changed now with the influx of new equipment, or I don't know, fitness or whatever it is. It's just it's something that has taken the game towards the direction. It's all about youth.
I think we can also, sort of give a little bit of credit to sort of early specialization as we see in the field of sports now. A lot many more people okay with playing sports for a profession, and they take it on early these days. They make a choice between college and playing professionally, and that sort of works. Some of it works in their favor, and that's why they're able to peak much earlier now, because they can put in that kind of time into it.
Yes, rightly so. The experienced lot will have to work harder, and that's how each games are trending, and that's good for the game as a whole and for our country, because you see a lot more youngsters taking up this game, as we have two very promising faces on our screens, both of them champions on the tour. Yuvraj obviously a lot more victories under his belt. He's really in rarefied air, so as to speak. He's peerless at this point in time. What he's doing is, we've not seen this kind of golf on tour for a long, long time. Where one person just bursting at the scene and dominating the way that he is. He's not just winning; he's dominating week in week out. Yeah, I had a little bit of a conversation with him. He feels very good about his game, and why shouldn't he after these kind of scores? And sitting at 7 under par is Yuvraj, alongside Adil Bedi, who is also at 7 under par, and maybe with a point to prove about me, I can also win this tournament, and maybe this would be a week for the local lad. But the man in pink has different thoughts.
Absolutely, Jamal has been looking for a victory now for quite a few weeks, and how he managed to finish second last week only in Panchkula. I think he must be raring to go, needs to get that trophy in his hand. Adil Bedi, of course, who's also a former Bengal Open Golf Championship winner in 2020. So, great group around here, because Yuvraj has been winning a lot of golf tournaments. I think he's won 4 tournaments this year, while Jamal has been knocking on the door ever so often. And Adil Bedi, who's coming off an injury, needs to get in a few good weeks in before he moves into the final legs.
Going with a 3-wood as well is Yuvraj. Teeing it up more towards the left-hand side. Familiar swing of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, unleashing a 3-wood on the first hole. Also in the field, Jyoti Randhawa with a 5 under par on the first day, 1 over par, 4 under, pretty much in it. It's good to see him coming back to his best form. So as we were speaking about youth, I think he's the embodiment of youth, which is eternal. I think he might be closing on 50 if I'm not wrong. And if you look at him and look at the way he hits the ball, you would really not believe that.
Absolutely, one of the finest ball strikers we have seen coming from our homeland is Jyoti.
Still has a very good routine that he follows on a daily basis, takes fitness very seriously, and that pays dividends over years. It's not something that you just start late in life. That's a mantra that he's followed, and still able to hit the ball as far, if not further, than our top youngsters as well. So it just shows you that. Obviously, he's an outlier, but it is possible.
Absolutely. In fact, just looking at the order of merit here on the PGT of India website, and Adil Bedi, who is currently at 63rd position, does need a good week to get himself within the top 60 as we move into the final few tournaments of the year. So that is
It's surprising to see him there, to be honest. It hasn't quite felt like that. You see him on, he's made over 50% of the cuts, but I think obviously not able to click on and get that top 10 and top 5. It just also shows you the depth and the severity of competition on this tour, that phenom like Adil is also having to really, rightly so.
Absolutely. Adil's best finish so far this year has been a tie for 11th position, while he has, in his defense, he's coming off an injury. If I'm not wrong, it was a wrist injury that he was suffering, and he's been battling that as he's trying to get back into shape to play competitive golf. As you take a look at Anil Bajrang coming up on the first hole for his par.
Oh,
And that
unfortunate miss. First hole is a difficult hole, to be honest with you. Make a par and get out of there and be happy with that.
I mean, especially for this flag location. The second, of course, gives a little bit of a breather, but the first hole on this flag location is a difficult hole to sort of get close to. So we take a look at Rahil.
Rahil's always been putting this way with the lower hand down, as far back as I can remember.
Yep, seems like he must have misread that putt. And you played the Chandigarh Golf Club, I believe, just a couple of weeks ago. I think 2 weekends ago, if I'm not wrong.
Yes,
yeah, I think there was a reunion of your school.
Yes.
And living your old memories.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
so I believe you guys played a tournament, school tournament here at the Chandigarh Golf Club as well, right?
Yes.
How was that for you?
Well, it was nice to play golf. let's just keep it at that. It was nice to have played, but obviously a lot of rust and a lot of pain, I must say. But I ended up shooting 78, and I realized how difficult this golf course is. But the players don't make it look like that. Especially the first hole with that backpin position. I remember it seemed like it's going to take forever to get till there.
Absolutely, I have a ton of fun when I'm playing this golf course. Any time that I've played it. In fact, even the conditions, if they're not so great, even then I kind of enjoy playing there. I think it's just because of probably my ball flight, maybe just my eye, likes it. I have no idea why, but I have always thoroughly enjoyed playing over here.
A couple of greens have been relayed as well. The ninth hole, it's just...
Really, the ninth hole has been relayed. It used to be a 3-tier green earlier.
Yeah, so they've relayed it with some new kind of grass, and obviously improve the overall green, and the same has been done on the par 5 13th. So
And is it like a similar design as
similar
earlier?
design. The design has not been tinkered with too much, but the green has been relaid though. I think especially for this tournament, keeping things ready. But this shows you this golf course is a challenging one. But these players are really on song, so it's going to be an exciting week as we have a look
Next,
at JP.
next
So
on the
JP.
next on the tee, we've got 9:20 tee time. Akshay Sharma, Amrit Lal, and Chikkarangappa, and there we have JP from the PGT of India, who is now feeling the heat of the day.
Surprising he's not playing. I thought the players might be feeling the heat of the day. That's what happens. There's a lot of pressure when you reach the penultimate day, the moving day, or sliding day, or
Absolutely.
tumbling day for a player, or climbing day.
I mean, it's actually true. I mean, it is called moving day, and only some of the players are able to sort of capitalize on that day. But you are right. Some players also tend to play tumble town as they move into this round.
Yes, everybody can't have the same fortunes on the second penultimate day. It is going to be maybe fortune favors the brave today, but either way, the players are going to have to really put out a performance, and they have that task cut out in front of them. The stellar field this week, one of the best that we've seen on the PGTI in quite a while. You have the likes of Gaganjeet Bhullar, Jyoti Randhawa, Jeev Milkha Singh, Shiv Kapoor. Everybody's here in full force.
Unfortunately, the defending champion Shiv Kapoor had to pull out of the tournament during the Pro-Am as he developed an injury on the right side of his rib cage.
It's
And
rather It's rather unfortunate for the defending champion having to pull out, but that's the nature of the beast. If you get injured, you can't quite play.
absolutely, also these players have very heavy schedules, so they have to be very careful as to which weeks can they afford to give themselves rest in while an injury is going on. And this one is a difficult one. This is one of the greatest events of the country, and what a host club this has been, Chandigarh Golf Club, who is making the tournament almost appear like a festival.
To be honest with you, it is a birdie festival right now.
Just a quick roundup of the golf course over here. It's a past 72 golf course. The tournament field was of 132 players to begin with, 129 professionals and 3 amateur golfers. Over the first 2 days, the cut has been applied after that, and now we are left with only 55 players, and 2 amateurs have made the cut. 53 professional golfers and 2 amateurs play the weekend rounds over here. The golf course has 4 par 5s and 4 par 3s. Mind you, one of the par 5s probably plays like 2 par 4s mostly. But rest of the golf course, of course, there is second hole par 5 is an approachable one for the players. If the pin is perched up towards the back of the green, which it is today, it becomes a difficult flag to reach up to. Also moving on to the 7th, it really plays like a 3-shot hole for most of the players. Almost no one in the field can really reach it unless and until you want to flirt with a lot of trouble on the left side, which is the governor's house. So you have to really rope that ball in, get in some roll with that 3-wood, otherwise that ball's never making it up to the green. And we go into the 13th, the par 5, which is a very well approachable hole, but all its troubles are only on the tee shot. On the 16th also is no less a big dog leg to the right. If you are a big hitter of the golf ball, then only you will have a chance to get up onto the green, and because the second shot also plays to a little bit of an uphill.
Back on the first tee, got Akshay here, another player from Chandigarh Golf Club. He's been another one of those who's been doing well consistently of late.
Akshay is finally finding his form back again. He was struggling to put in scores together till a few weeks ago, but he seems to be getting back into form.
Opting to go with driver here.
Akshay also does not hit the ball a long way, so his driver should be fine. Also, he's choking down and playing it, so probably chopping off a few yards from that shot. Yeah, there you go. He cuts it nice and proper from the left side of that tree. Happy camper at that. His fellow player Amrit Lal, also from Chandigarh. Amrit also taking on the hole number 1 with a driver in his hand. Amrit Lal also has been putting up decent performances on the golf course. Seen him play pretty well even in Jammu Tawi some time back. So take a look at S. Ching Chikarangappa.
Not quite happy with that drive. Amrit Lal seems to have mishit that one. They have a look at Chika.
Chika, the man who needs no introduction, multiple winner on the tour. Now spends most of his time playing the Asian Tour. Very hardworking and dedicated, disciplined golfer is Chika.
This golf course should suit his game. He's an aggressive player and a real good putter. I think that's one department of the game that he's been able to separate himself from the other players, and very good short game. So has all the ingredients that you may require this week.
One of the best things that I like about Chika is that he doesn't back off when he's trying to hit a chip or a putt. He's always very aggressive with it, and that just goes to show what kind of confidence he has on the practice that he puts in behind the scenes.
Yes, absolutely. Didn't back off from that shot either. Seems to be in good fit form. Works really a lot in the weight room, and that's required, I think, with the new game the way it is. That players are hitting the ball, bouncing ball in professional golf. I think if you're struggling with fitness, you're losing the battle even before the first bullet is fired, so as to speak.
Absolutely. In fact, one of the reasons that a lot of the younger players are on top is the ones who try to keep fit. And these days, the schedule on the tour, as well as the number of rounds, the kind of golf swing you need to develop, the kind of golf that you need to play, the grueling weather conditions, all of it together, you cannot face it if you're not on the fit side of things. As we take a look at Adil Bedi coming from just off the green on the first. Seems like he's playing a lot of line from the left side.
There seems to be a lot of break, but it's a putt that is sort of makeable. Maybe about 20% chance of holding that putt. There's a lot of break, so that's one thing that goes against this putt. And it's not going to feed off. I think he read that wrong. Both speed and line was something that he definitely didn't get right. Not an effort that he'd want to write home about.
As we take a look at Jamal, Jamal also coming from off the green. Looks like these gentlemen went for that flag location at the back of the green, running themselves just forwards.
I think Jamal would have really benefited from Adil's putt. No more mystery for him, and knowing how good he is with the short stick, I wouldn't be surprised if this ball finds its way in the bottom of the cup.
I think if a player's making birdie over here today, he's probably 1.25 shots up on the rest of the field.
I would agree. This hole definitely plays over par. Actually, maybe plays to an average about for a normal player, almost plays like 4.5. But for these professionals, a 4.2.
Yep.
You'd see a lot of players bogeying this hole, especially with the flag where it is. Because if you miss the fairway, as I did when I played there, I realized that it's quite difficult.
Yes, especially if you hit your golf ball onto the right side of the trees.
Or the left side.
I mean, the left still gives you a little bit of a shot, though. But the
Didn't
right
give me a shot.
Oh, well. Jamal Hussain Mola now for birdie on the first hole with that little body turn and follow through of his, but that ball again misreading it a little
I think
bit.
it's a little slow coming up. He's actually come up in the jaws. I think that uphill putt plays a lot slower than what it looks like.
Absolutely. In fact, it is uphill, and I think Jamal did again misread that putt, as did Adil just some time ago. Adil also played it way from the left, and appears like there's something that the players are unable to tell.
Yuvraj would be looking to get off to a hot start. What is your take, Rahul? We always discuss that we try and pick the winner. Last week, I knew that Yuvraj was a safe bet. Rahul thought that Jamal might be somebody who could upset him, and it came really close. It was a cliffhanger. Both were neck and neck, and Yuvraj in the end was able to hold that long putt as he makes. Would that be a bogey? We're not too sure at this point in time. So it's another interesting week. Obviously, this week you have the big heavy hitters like Gaganjeet Bhullar also in the fray, Chikarangappa. So it's not going to be a stroll in the park for Yuvraj. It seems like he might have dropped a shot, so he's going to have to work hard this week.
I think one of the things that probably Yuvraj has in his advantage is that, at least last week, one is that he's a power ball striker, and Panchkula does tend to get very, very windy. And even though I wasn't able to watch the complete tournament, I did watch a few holes every now and then. And Jamal, he's a straight hitter of the golf ball. He will put himself for birdie on the greens. But sometimes he can be a little bit further away from the hole, just because Yuvraj has that length. He can actually tend to attack a lot more flag locations, and have advantage on holes like hole number 11, where you can almost reach up to the green, probably on the green, probably a 3-wood itself for Yuvraj, which it wouldn't be for Jamal. So I think those things do play in a huge part as we take a look at the leader group now, which is mostly from Chandigarh, and Gaganjeet Bhullar also, I think, spends 75% of his time in Chandigarh itself. So
Yes, so this is a homegrown group. These three players, the pride of Punjab, so as to speak.
almost looks like they're going out to just play a nice fun round on a regular basis.
I think that's what it's going to be. Just it's going to be a round peppered with a lot of birdies, a lot of blustering drives, which are going to be well beyond 300 yards. I think if there was ever a group that must be followed, this is the one. Karandeep Cooch, or Cooch as he's called, is also a figure of consistency. Not the longest of hitters, but a medium long hitter, is able to get the ball up to 300 yards with that lanky frame. He's able to generate that high draw. And then you have Abhijit Chatta. He obviously is like a heavy horsepower Ferrari that just goes from 0 to 100 in a minute. And obviously Gaganjeet Bhullar, he's aging like fine wine. So great group all together.
Absolutely. In fact, Kocher has also won a tournament here in Chandigarh on his home soil a couple of years back. So, Kocher is also going to be one to look out for. He has been struggling with his game of late. Hasn't really put in a lot of top performances, but seems like that could be changing as we speak over the next 2 days. And but it's not going to be easy, considering we've got Chadda in the lead at 11 under par, who's been showing really, really good form through the last 2 years. And Bullard, of course, who is at 10 under par, needs no introduction. And Chikka, who is also at 8 under par. So it's a crowded place up there. And Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, whose hunger doesn't seem to diminish.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both of us, if anybody asks us what's our favorite place to play in India, it would be Chandigarh Golf Course. There's something special about this place, and obviously the junior, amateur, and pro tournaments that we played here. It's a fun place. There's something the members really enjoy the game of golf. And they know the history of golf. And this golf tournament is also proving to be one which is going to be turning into a very historical tournament, with the names of these players will be remembered for a long time.
I think one of the reasons that we all sort of, maybe you and me, and probably if we ask more of the players, they would also say that they do enjoy being in Chandigarh. I think one of the reasons for that is, of course, the atmosphere at the club. The members are very friendly. And to top it all, the driving range is very nearby, and you've got good practice facilities. Being a small city, you're not very far away from the golf course ever. So the convenience factor of, moving up and down, and probably going back to your room, taking some rest in the afternoon, going back to practice later becomes much easier. It's not as tiring. So that sort of course, plays a part. And I think one of the biggest things that probably Chandigarh has, and we probably just feel it, we don't really see it, is that it has been the home ground of so many good golfers. The number of players that have come from this small city Jeev Milkha Singh, be it Harmeet Kalon, be it Amritinder Singh, be it Uttam Singh Mundi. All of these players have come up from here. You also have Gurbaz Maan, you have Abhijit Chadda, Karandeep Kochar, Ajitesh Sandhu.
I
I
think
mean, the list
the
just goes
list just
on
goes
and
on. I
on.
think what it also comes down to, like when I was there, the environment, the city itself.
Yeah.
The way Lee Corbusier designed the city, it's some place where you go and you feel I've come somewhere which is a beautiful place. Those wonderful roads, and then you land up in this golf course. So all in all, it's just a wonderful experience to play golf here, and the layout is challenging. This is a layout that will challenge you, and it'll be fair. That's something that the players look forward to.
So take a look at Amrit Lal now coming up onto the first. Not really. We'll take a look at Karandeep Kochar, who is going to hit his tee shot now on the first hole to get kick-started for this penultimate day. Kochar has a lot of work cut out for him today. Kochar has been putting in a lot of effort on his golf game as well as his fitness over the off time, as he learned a lot more about his game from his international exposure over the last couple of years, and he has been really trying to turn and change the game that he's been playing.
Ladies and gentlemen, on your screen, you have a nine-time champion on the Asian Tour. Not often that you hear that. I think he's the Indian with the most number of victories on the Asian Tour. A thoroughbred Gaganjit Bhullar has been excelling at every level of golf, whether it was pummeling us in junior golf or amateur golf, and then going to dominate in the professional ranks. He's really aged well, and a player to watch this week, and also just to learn the game of golf.
Absolutely holding that one off, wanting to cut it, and I think he has done excellently over there. A few anxious moments, probably. Not too happy. Looks like that didn't really turn over as much as he wanted it to. As we take a look at our leader, Abhijit Singh Chadda, starting his penultimate day at a total score of 11 under par with rounds of 68 and 65, bogey free so far, 36 holes later.
Amijit Singh Chadha, probably the longest hitter in this group, and that's quite an achievement.
He's pulled out tiger clothing today, hasn't he?
Yeah,
It's just Saturday, Chadda.
it's all right. He wants to be able to open a wider lead. He was already leading the tournament by one shot. As you say, stay hungry. Let's see how many birdies can he reel off today. I thought he'd go with a rescue. That seems to be a 3-wood, or is that a rescue? Yeah, it seems to be a 3-wood. So obviously, being a little more aggressive here today is Abhijit. He could well get maybe a pitching wedge after a 3-wood. As they move off the first hole.
I think he probably gets a pitching wedge for the back flag over here, not for any of the others. He'll probably be around the 100-yard marker after this shot.
Akshay surveying the green. And the entire tour, the tournament committee, the greenskeeping staff has done a brilliant job this week so far for the golf course and make it a perfect venue for this tournament. This tournament has seen some worthy champions over the past few years. With Shiv Kapoor, who won that tournament in a dramatic playoff over Rashid Khan last year. We've also seen Karandeep Kochar winning this tournament.
Couple of players who are getting off to a hot start today. Shamim Khan, who is 1 under par through the first 3 holes. We also have Manu Gandas, who is 1 under par after 6 holes. We've also got Amardeep Malik, who is currently 2 under par through 3 holes. We have Sachin Besoya and Varun Parekh, who are at 1 under par through the first 3 holes. Varun Parekh, of course, coming off a victory just last week at the DLF Golf Club at the sensational and really groundbreaking moment for Indian golf with the Kapil Dev and Grant Thornton partnership to come up with an iconic event as we take a look at Akshay Sharma from Chandigarh. Akshay coming away short of the hole. That putt is definitely uphill, but that is way short of the hole from that length. Seems like that putter hasn't warmed up yet. Chikka. Looks like a pretty straight and uphill putt here for Chikkarangappa. Seems like he's playing that one slightly off the right side, but Chikka going with a very unorthodox kind of a putting setup over there, keeping his one foot behind the other, and probably hit it like almost like a tap-in kind of a thing.
Yeah, that also had a tremendous amount of break on it.
Absolutely, I think that's the one that players are probably sort of not being able to see. I think there's a lot of grain from the right side, while the slope appears to be a little bit from the left, and I think it's sort of misleading the players.
Yeah, the short putts are not too easy on this golf course. Grain does play a part, and the speed of Chandigarh golf course greens are medium, not too fast, not too slow. So these medium greens coupled with a little bit of grain does make it difficult for the players to hold a lot of putts. But it's also a testament, coming back to the fact that the cut has gone at 1 under and the leaders at 11 under. There's only 10 shots. Normally we say that if you're 10 shots behind the leader after 2 days, you do still have a mathematical chance if you shoot the lights out on the weekend. But you're seeing the bunching up of players. The cut is going at 1 under par is really unheard of. I believe if you have an Asian Tour tournament here, it's not going to go below 1 under par. It's an extremely difficult golf course. It's not easy by any stretch of imagination. And I'm not just saying that because I shot, an over par round there. It is an extremely difficult golf course, ladies and gentlemen. Mind you, it's not one of those generous golf courses that's going to give you birdies. There are the trees here. If you miss hit the fairways, it's not like other golf courses where you can get a shot to the green. Rarely will you even have a clear chip out. When you hit the trees here, you're going to be stuck.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, it is a full-size championship golf course. Each hole demands a different kind of a shot, a different kind of a tee shot also. And there are a lot of challenges even on placing your shots onto the greens. It's not like you can just go and attack every flag location. You have to think it through, and that just makes the golf course a lot more challenging. So looking at that cut line, we know that the field is superb this week. Of course, that is going to play one of the parts in having that sort of a cut line. And on top of it, of course, players are playing for a huge prize purse, so bringing out the best in themselves, I guess.
Yes, absolutely. And if we have a look, seems to be Gaganjeet Bhullar there.
Yep, that's Gaganjeet Bhullar coming up from the left side of the fairway. The left side does give the players a little bit of a leeway.
Shows you that there is trouble here at every nook and corner, and Gaganjeet seems to have found his share on the first hole. Not too sure where that ball has landed up, but seems to be quite
Seems to be okay as he's picked up his putter from his golf bag.
Oh, look at that golf shot. Little did I know. What do I know? I'm just a part-time commentator. It's 4 feet from the flagstick. These kind of challenges are only for mere mortals like yourself and I, my friend. Not for these players. This is easy peasy lemon squeezy, as they say.
I do think that for this back flag, though, I feel like being in the first cut does act like a bit of an advantage. As you can, sort of pitch it in the middle of the green and let it release up. If it does, great. If it doesn't, you're still on the green.
The hole's playing long. I also noticed this 10 days ago. I thought the golf course is playing a lot longer because the ball is really not rolling in the fairways.
You were worried that you're hitting it shorter, weren't you?
Well, that is something that I know. But
first, you tell me which tee box did you play from?
A back tee.
Are you
Please,
sure?
unfortunately, I couldn't quite hide there. I had to, give my correct handicap and say that yes, I am. For all intents and purposes, still a professional. So that's quite painful to play from the back tees. The golf course does play long, and I realized that when you play here and out of form, you realize, oh my God, this is an extremely difficult golf course. But when I see the players laying up, it does seem to be that maybe it's playing into the wind today.
So take a look at Kochar, who's getting ready for his second shot now on the first hole. Chadda seems to have come up short of the green, as we could tell a ball over there. We take a look at Kochar.
I was just going to say Matt Kuchar. I got a little confused, and that's why they call him Cooch. Let's see what Cooch can do here. Cooch, can he get it in closer than Gaganjeet's ball?
Cooch, a solid iron player. And of course, rearing to go, needs to get something going for his golf game.
Probably going with an 8-iron. Look
there
at
you
that.
Go.
Look at that golf shot.
Shot there by Karandeep Kochar on the first.
Ladies and gentlemen, do try this at home, but you'll not be able to achieve the same result. We really do say that you must try this at home. This is not, they're making it look like some really easy walk in the park. And believe you me, it's not. They've gone with maybe Cooch would have had a 9 iron, maybe in
Yep,
that.
that's a superb shot by him. In fact, pitching it up onto that tier and being able to stop it, putting in enough compression on that golf ball. Usually, golf balls which pitch on the top are difficult for them to get through.
Brilliant shot there by Karandeep.
Absolutely.
And I think he's also increased his swing speed, which is perceptible from that golf ball. I think he's been, as you rightly said, working on his fitness because that ball didn't take too long to stop.
I did get to spend a couple of minutes with him a few months ago, and he was spending time between the gym and the driving range. That was sort of his daily routine, and that kind of work does take time to pay dividends, but it does eventually.
I think these players also realize that you know improve on every facet they must because it's proving really challenging as you're seeing so many good players missing the cut this week. When the cut goes at one under, you don't really need to play bad to miss the cut. You just if you don't play great, you don't make the cut. It just
Absolutely.
shows you test. Abhijit Lohan won a medal the last week at the national games, but he's not here on the weekend. This just shows you this, the way the tour is, the difficulty and everything given. It's just your A game, or you are with a one-way ticket back home, my friend.
Also, two very different golf courses at that. The course that they played for the national games actually has all trouble on the left side, and most of the trouble here in Chandigarh is actually on the right side.
I think you're wrong, my friend. There's trouble at every nook and corner. The left side, the right side, the short side. There's trouble everywhere. And these trees, they might look benevolent at the outset, good for a walk. But let me tell you, if your ball lands up there, it's very tough to extricate yourself and have any hope. You kind of get lost in the woods, and then it's like a Hollywood nightmare.
Chadha has a long up and down attempt here to stay at the pole position and does a fine job of that. He will still have about 8 feet to make that par, or he's given himself a superb opportunity at that.
So coming back to our, segment where we like to pick the champion, at least our pick our horse, so as to speak. You already seen a little bit of golf. So what's your take, Rahul?
It's a very difficult choice for me. Can I take two instead of two?
No,
Instead
I'm
of
sorry.
one?
The rules are not meant to be broken. We're going to now this week is going to be tricky. Let's see if we can actually select the correct front runner. Who do you think? What's your pick?
It's making it very difficult for me and quite awkward, I'll tell you
See,
that.
let's just
I have two friends up there that I think any of them can win this.
this is all professionalism. There's no friendship involved. There's scientific formulas that we come up with. Where, we do our own thesis to see who's going to win. It can't be based on familiarity. So
Okay.
I'm waiting for your pick, and then I'll give you my pick for this week.
Okay. Well, I got my money on Cooch this week.
On Cooch, I think that's a good bet. Karandeep Kocher seems like he's the one already having had a victory. Now I'm having to think who should I bet on? Is it going to be Chikka Rangappa or is it going to be Gaganjeet Bhullar? I've seen Gagan. My money is on Gaganjeet Bhullar. Let's see. I'm
Your money's always been the safe type, hasn't it?
Well, that's life. Down the middle.
You're like putting it into a mutual fund.
Yeah,
You're not taking the
no,
risk of a
no,
cryptocurrency,
fixed.
are you?
No. Fixed deposit, not even a mutual fund. I like to have a nice sleep at night, knowing that yes, I've driven at 30 kilometers an hour around the center. Well, everybody's overtaken me, but I know that in the long haul, I'll be the tortoise. And while the rabbits will sleep, the tortoise will slowly walk towards victory. And one good thing that it's coming back. One good thing I noticed in the fun tournament, there were no referees for slow play, and I played a lot faster.
Yeah, so I just recently learned, while I think you only put up pictures or someone else, that means there's a lot of big names who come from your school, Sanar.
I'm definitely not one of them.
But elite company that you keep, top coach in the country, Jesse Gariwal happens to be
Yes,
from
yes,
your
yes.
school, and
Vivek Bhandari.
Vivek Bhandari too. Did he also come down to play the tournament?
Thankfully, no. So I could get the victory. Yeah. So, Mr. Bhandari, thank you for your gracious absence from that and giving lesser mortals an opportunity.
Chadda would lose a shot on the first hole after that decent chip attempt, but would drop down to 10 under par as Bullard now has a shot at going solo lead at 11 under.
I like those shoes. Electrifying color. Let's see if he's going to start with that kind of a birdie can really get you rolling onto the right thing. And that's the way to start a day. He was in a little bit of trouble. Stuffed it close.
Lovely roll on that ball. You notice?
I'll
Absolutely
tell you
dead
one
on
more thing
line.
that apart from being a fantastic ball striker, he's a phenomenal putter when he's on.
Clearly.
He really has good hands. So that's something rarely that you see that a power player with that kind of short game and imagination. So when he's on song, the other players really need to keep up.
Does Kocher now make his own birdie and move to 10 under par?
I think he has an easier putt up the hill. He would have gotten a little bit of read from Gaganjeet Bhullar from the other side of the hole.
Kocher as well is a really, really solid putter. Very good with that flat stick. This putt would take Karandeep Kocher up to 10 under par. Chikkarangappa, who has already made a birdie on the first hole, has moved up to 9 under par on that leaderboard, making an early start there. And Gaganjeet Bhullar has moved to 11 under par, while Chadda has moved down to 10. That'll be an unfortunate miss for Karandeep Kocher. He would stick around at 9 under par, still 2 shots adrift from the lead. Shamim Khan and Rashid Khan, both them starting the day at 1 under par after the first 3 holes, currently at a total score of 6 under par, which has made them jump up to a tie for 9th position as of now. Abhijit Chadda, who has had 2 rounds of bogey-free 18 holes on the first and the second day, unfortunately starting his third round with a bogey on the first hole itself.
Today was the biggest highlight of my golfing career, or my golfing life. There is no career around it though. Playing with Jeev, I played with Jeev earlier as well, but playing with you as UV as well. So 2 greats of their own sports. UV trying his hand at golf. It's a 320-yard drive. He is trying to be straight as much as he can, but he is an amazing golfer, and I think it was a pleasure playing with him.
tournament. And for those of you who are joining us just now, we'd like to tell you that you're live at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take, and we are live from Chandigarh Golf Club. This tournament saw over 127 professionals compete, with 55 players making the eventual cut. The cut went at 1 under par, one of the lowest that we've had here. I think the lowest still at Chandigarh Golf Course, and shows you just how difficult it has been for the players to try and make it to the weekend rounds, with the leader being at 11 under par, Abhijit Singh Chadda. So it's very competitive. All the players who made the cut are in with a realistic shot at the title. There's a lot of prize money to play for. Rupees 1.5 cr, which is the highest prize fund that we've had this year. So that, just to give you a little bit of perspective, you're looking at about 24 lakh for the winner. So there's indeed a lot of money. Obviously these players are playing for the bragging rights and obviously that prestigious title. We're also talking about world ranking points for the top 5 players in the field, and those are very important for players of the likes of Gaganji Bhullar, Chika Rangappa, Abhijit Singh Chadda, and all the others who do ply their trade on international tours. They want to keep picking up those world ranking points as well. So this is really shaping up to be a fantastic week. We've seen some real good golf being displayed, and out on the golf course, we have the likes of Kshitij Navid Kaul, who's already 3 under for the day after 6 holes. So there's a pack of chasing wolves who's hunting down the leader Abhijit Singh Chadda, and it's going to be quite the tournament this time.
Absolutely, I think this tournament always, brings out the best in players. The fact that they are playing at a tournament which is hosted by a legend of Indian golf, I think, just brings out the best out of the players. As we are now on the screens, that, ladies and gentlemen, is Shaurya Singh, and I'm Rahul Bajaj, and we are your presenters today for the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational here at Chandigarh.
So, we were just talking about the pro am and how important it is for the players and the others to assimilate and really spread the game of golf. And a shout out to the support by Take this week. This tournament couldn't have been possible without the participation of the gracious host, Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh, a legend, and Take. And obviously, then we have our umbrella sponsor, Tata. They do all of these, the benefactors of the game of golf are so important to keep, this great engine churning out great players for Indian golf.
Absolutely. I mean, there is no tournament or no sport sort of possible, without the corporate backing and the support of all of these people who come out and sponsor these events. And, at the end of the day, sports does bring so much to the table for everyone, be it, a normal person or a corporate or a business owner or anyone for that matter. It's an integral part of our lives. And, there is no doubt that for companies to be investing into sport is such a great thing to do, as they can actually showcase the various aspects and facets of life that everyone has to be a part of to lead a good life.
You really make it sound so philosophical when you speak about sport. You talk about life and a lot of the other things, but I think you eventually boil down to one very important factor. Golf is an Olympic sport. We saw previous week the national games as well, and congratulations to the medal winners. It's so important for a country to take its Olympic Games seriously, and that's what's happening. Thankfully, thanks to the government, the corporate houses, you're seeing that our players are not just dilly dallying around. They're very real contenders for a medal. We saw that in the previous Olympics with Aditya Ashok, just barely missing out by a whisker. I consider her to be a medal winner, but it's just one shot. And you're looking at these players. Any of these players who will be playing representing India at the next Olympics, they have a shot at the title. I feel the Indian golf has really, I think, it's really changed over the last 10 years. That I think it's just gone to another level. It's in rarefied air. And we're not just saying that. The scores are testament to that. When you follow any Indian playing internationally, they are able to compete with the best of the best.
I think one of the things that I would like to sort of bring to the fore over here is that very recently there was a tournament happening at it was an amateur event, a national amateur event, which happened at the Gurmuri Club just last week. In fact, finished just yesterday. And what I think a lot of people will find interesting is that golf in general is bringing up some great competition. Some great golfers are being bred in the country as we speak. The tournament winner at the amateur event was in Jamshedpur, was at 15 under par. Right. So things are changing, evolving for golfers in general. People, players who are coming up competitively. The game is just becoming better and better and better, and the quality of players is improving not only professionally but also coming up from the other stepping stones like the amateur tour is. And that just goes to show that the quality of players going forward will be even better. We will be seeing even further under par rounds, and I would think that this cut that has gone at 1 under par, probably 5 years down the line, we're looking at a 3 under par number.
It's going to be really difficult then to make
Absolutely.
it to the
That's why
weekend.
I told you to turn back to amateur life.
Yeah, I think you've given me some brilliant advice. I think my dreams of even trying to play just for fun.
They were squashed a few years ago.
Yeah, I think now they're just watered down dreams of an old man, like one of those old westerns when he looks back at life. I'm already looking back at that time, looking at these kind of scores. It's frightening that you have to shoot these scores just to be able to make the cut. I think that's a
No,
little
I mean,
ridiculous.
jokes apart, I just feel like, if you aren't putting in the kind of effort into, playing the sport professionally, it is going to be very difficult to compete with these players. It is, it's probably mind-numbing at best. And so I just feel like, there is a joy in the game of golf. One can always enjoy that in it.
From all our broadcasts, got a little bit of feedback that a lot of people say that you think are the Indian players actually as good as you make them sound. A lot of people have said that you say they're comparable to the best, and I say it with all seriousness. I'm not just trying to eulogize over our players. That's not my purpose here. But I'm very very factual that the top players, if you look at our leaderboard, the likes of Abhijit Chadha, Gaganjeet Bhullar, Chika Rangappa, Karandeep Kochar, these players, they have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, of course. I mean, you can't miss him. These players have the ingredients. If you put them on a golfing range next to the best in the world, and especially the likes of Yuvraj Sandhu, Gaganjeet Bhullar, Chadda, and to a certain extent even Chikka Rangappa, if you put them on a golf range next to the top 10 players in the world, and you see them hit the ball side by side, there's not much difference. In fact, you'll see the likes of Yuvraj probably be more impressive in terms of ball striking ability, where the difference is they are playing on much higher price purses each week. They're playing on golf courses which are maybe a little more consistent, little easier. The fairways are bigger. That changes things. So if you are, I think if somebody who is looking to get invested in the game of golf, if you're a corporate house or a government or some official, and you want to see where you want to take the sport, I think you can back one of these players and a lot others as well. And these players will take Indian names to international shores. And there's no doubt about that in my mind.
Absolutely. I think the quality of golf is absolutely superb. There is no doubt about that. And I think one of the finest ball strikers that I have seen in a very long time is Viraj Madappa. Like, the way he compresses the golf ball is just very, very different. I think the last player that I saw compressing the golf ball like that was Jyoti Randhawa in his prime years. Having said that, guys like Chikka, Kochar, Bhullar, Chadda, all of these players, Gangji, in fact, all of them are superb ball strikers, and you can put them neck to neck with any golfer in the world, and they will put up a superb competition against them. And I mean, top of the line PGA Tour players also. Because at the end of the day, what we don't sort of see is the amount of adaptability that our players have, because the kind of conditions that they're playing in. And then let's suppose there are players who are going to play the Asian Tour, Taiwan, Taipei, and then they come back into India to play after that, and then they move into Japan to play. The amount of adaptability and travel required over here is so much that, and also the route to get onto the PGA Tour is a little bit longer from this side of the world. As we take a look on our screens, we've got Manu Gandas coming up on the ninth hole.
Talking about, like, you look at this player, like for example, Manu Gandas, he's a
Number 7, there was a little bit of a technical glitch in our system, and that's why we got slightly cut off over here. But we are now back with the live action from the Chandigarh Golf Club. This is the third round of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational, presented by Take. 1.5 crore rupee prize purse on offer this week. A tournament field of 132 players. 129 professionals, 3 amateurs started to play the tournament, and after 2 days, when the cut line was applied, 55 players in all are remaining as we are taking a look at them today in the third round. The players, some of the leading ones who are playing this week are Gaganjeet Bhullar, Chaurasia. We have Jyoti Randhawa, Rahil Gangji, Order of Merit leader Ajitesh Sandhu, 2019 winner of this tournament as well, Rashid Khan, Udayan Mane, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. We've also got Karandeep Kochar, who won this tournament in 2020, and Chikarangappa in 2018. Some of the prominent names from the Chandigarh Golf Club who are playing this week: Jeev Milkha Singh, Ajitesh Sandhu, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Karandeep Kochar, and Akshay Sharma, Adil Bedi, Abhijit Chadda, Angad Chima, Harinder Gupta, Harmeet Kalon, Amandeep Johal, Gurbaz Maan, Ranjit Singh, and Amritinder Singh. A big list of players there from this city, the beautiful city of Chandigarh. Are now back with all the live action here from the Chandigarh Golf Club. This is the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take. We're playing for a prize purse of 1.5 CR this week as we take a look at Angad Chima from Chandigarh on our screens. I'm Rahul Bajaj, joined alongside is Shaurya Singh. We are going to be your hosts for the day. Apologies for all of the technical glitch that must have happened in over the last couple of minutes.
No such glitch for the players though. We're rolling full steam ahead. Gaganjeet Bhullar now in the lead at 11 under par, 1 under for the day after that birdie on hole number 1. Chika Rangappa 2 under after 2 holes. So that's the kind of start that you can only dream of as you have a look at Angad Chima, who seems to have maybe hit a driver on this hole.
Chima on the sixth hole, that's a nice pitch shot, giving himself about 10 feet for birdie.
Seems the players are now they've really changed the game. I remember that we used to hit 4 iron off the tee and then maybe hit a 9 iron. Now if they're here, they're definitely going with the driver. So
Yep, in fact,
they're that aggressive now that they're attacking each hole.
They're also that long now. In fact,
And accurate.
with this new hazard on the left side of the sixth hole, it is actually a difficult fly overall. So the wind really has to be in your favor to be able to do that. It seems like a pretty still day so far here in Chandigarh. Kalin Joshi now coming up after that drive, but not making the most of it.
We'll have about 20 feet for birdie. But coming back to this drive, the hazard does pose real danger. But I think if you have fly which is beyond 300 yards, only then can you attack it. As Rashid seems to have found some sort of trouble. Not that there'll be anything beyond him. He has magical hands. Look at this. He's really able to accelerate in these short pitches.
Yashash Chandra MS from Mysore with rounds of 70, 71, and now 3 under par through the front nine of the golf course is currently at 6 under par. So trying to make a move on that leaderboard now at a tie for 10th position. Rashid Khan miscuing that one, not really making a great attempt from there, but I believe that lie was a little bit iffy.
Yes, definitely difficult lie for Rashid Khan on this hole.
Just a few words here about our host, the legendary Jeev Milkha Singh. He's been the first Indian professional golfer to have a PGTI event named after him. Jeev has conquered uncharted territory over 2 decades back when he became one of the first Indian professional golfers to taste success at the international level. Since then, he has added many more firsts and Indian records to his name. Jeev has the rare distinction of being the only Indian to have won the Asian Tour Order of Merit twice in 2006 and 2008. And he has won multiple titles on the European Tour, Japan Golf Tour, and Asian Tour. 14 major appearances to his name. Jeev has also achieved a career high world ranking of 28th, an Indian record. I remember back in the day, Jeev Milkha Singh was, they say, one of the only players who actually used to be out there playing week after week. There's a record of him having played 42 to 43 weeks in a year on international soil, playing golf tournaments one after the other. I mean, that sort of resilience and that sort of commitment takes a lot. You know that, Shaurya, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, playing 20, 25 events in a year itself is quite taxing. I mean, from person to be playing mostly outside the country and spending 40 plus weeks out of home ground is quite commendable.
I think that also, he does have a little bit to thank for the bloodline that he has. There's just so much pedigree in that. The son of the great Milkha Singh. Obviously, both of them making the country, proud. And Jeev Milkha Singh has been the Iron Man of Indian golf. Winning on the European Tour and that fantastic shot at Valderrama. I can never forget that 6 iron and how he culled down the big Sergio Garcia. I remember if I'm correct. A 6 iron from well over 200 yards. Was maybe only second to Tiger Woods 6 iron over the water in the Canadian Open. But coming back to the point, how he used to play so many tournaments was very, very meticulous about his fitness. And even though I think for the better half of the last 15 years, he's been besieged by injuries. There are some golfers who are a little more injury prone, and still, there were times that he was injured. I remember he had an ankle problem, and then he said, I still tape up my ankle and cycle and run because I just still have to do my fitness. So that's the kind of commitment that he showed, and that's why he won so many tournaments. Obviously, it does take a toll on the body, and now that he's in the latter half, the second half of life, as we like to call it. Obviously, the game has sort of gone down a notch, and that's understandably so. But look at the great journey that he's had so far. He's been fantastic and still plays well on the Asian Tour off and on. I do see his name in the top 10, top 15. Unfortunately, not able to get the best of form this week.
Undoubtedly, I have to say that he is a true ambassador of the sport of golf in India and for India outside of here. One of the things that I think he does not get enough credit for is that he has actually gone out and played international events at a time when players within India were not even thinking about playing golf as a career. And there we have another legendary Indian golfer, Jyoti Randhawa, on our
Look at him. As
screens.
I was saying, he's 50 now. I mean, nobody would believe you that he looks a day, even over 30. If that's an exaggeration, look at the fitness that he's maintained. This is, I think Bollywood and Hollywood actors will have to bow their head in shame when they look at Jyoti Randhawa. This is how you keep fit. And look at the ball striking ability. He's still that as flamboyant as he was. He's definitely found the elixir of youth. That customary Jyoti Randhawa hairstyle.
A lot more soberly dressed though now than earlier. Used to wear quite flamboyant colors as well back in the day.
I think it's maybe just the color today. Maybe he'll pull out one of the flamboyant colors today, but looking resplendent nevertheless. Head and shoulders above other players. Fantastic career. He's also a three-time Indian Open champion.
Well, with that hairstyle, he could also have, you could actually use him for a head and shoulders ad as well if you'd like.
That was a good pun. No pun intended. Let's see how he's doing today. Jyoti Randhawa is 2 under today, so he's 6 under, only 5 back. Do you remember that shot at Delhi Golf Course? The 16th hole, that 8 iron.
Wow.
When he was in the peak of his powers, which he still seems to be, he's just a fantastic iron striker. I remember him on the range. Obviously, look at that.
Just about
There
making
you
it.
go, Mr. Randhawa. Let's roll back the years. Let's teach these young lads a thing or two about how to play the game of golf.
Quick word of thank you also to Take Sports, who actually helps to bring this legendary event together. Take Sports Management Private Limited is the promoter for Take Solutions Limited. HR Srinivasan and DV Ravi. They focus on deserving sports and to enable opportunities for talented sportsmen. Take's ethos is to identify, nurture, and support talent on their journey towards international success. Take has been committed to supporting Indian sports for well over a decade. Tough group here for Sarthak Chibbar. Not having the best of times over here on the 7th hole. Jyoti Randhawa today playing alongside Bangladesh bred Badal Hussain and Sarthak Chibbar.
Colin Joshi here at hole number 7, a long par 5. Another thing I realized that the 7th hole plays tremendously long and difficult.
Jyoti Randhawa also has made his way into the top 10 slowly and steadily through this front 9. Even though it's only 7 holes past, he's already 3 under par for the day through the first 7 holes. So making his step towards the top 10. Now will be at a tie for 5th position at a total score of 7 under after the 7th hole. So we take a look at Rashid Khan.
Rashid Khan also 2 under for the day, 7 under for the tournament, so doing decently well.
One of the few players who wouldn't hold back on this tee shot and hit a nice high one over here. Rashid, who has no problem with sending that ball up high, would definitely be taking the aerial route on this 7th hole. A lot of players also like to go under the trees. But to be very honest with you, I find that quite daunting. It almost seems like a tunnel that you have to get that ball through.
I think you see very few players doing that now, to be honest. I think over 90% of the players would like to hit a high fade and just leave it on the left side.
Absolutely.
With the level of accuracy that they all have developed, especially what we see now is the players who are making the cut are obviously the players who are on top of the game. So you see better ball striking. If you have a look at Angad Chima, another long hitter of the ball. He's able to generate a lot of speed from that wiry frame of his.
It does lag the club a lot. Lashes at it post that. He's coming off that shoulder injury now, finally putting in the rounds that are required. Of course, he'll have a long way to go with that order of merit to bring his numbers back up, as it's been quite a slow year for him so far.
Now, I remember him being ranked number three. I think it almost seems like a decade ago. He's ranked number three on the PGTI. So sometimes you feel that you want to have linear growth in a professional career, but it's not quite possible in professional golf. If you're not quite on song, you could really find that the top three, top five positions become pretty difficult because every year the standard of golf is increasing. So improving, my apologies. So you have to really work on your game and constantly be improving in all areas of the game. And we have a look at Shamim here at hole number 7, who is um, currently sitting at level par for the day and 5 under for the tournament.
Chima, after missing quite a few events, is still, on the order of merit is at 28th position. He's only been able to play 8 events this year, but going forward, looks like if he can keep up the form that he is showcasing, then he will be able to finish closer off to the top 10 on the order of merit as the year moves on.
Yes, absolutely. He's a player who wants to play on the Asian Tour, and he's played some golf in America as well. I remember, I think you all went together to the States.
Yes, absolutely. We did. We were there to showcase Indian golf to the American people, and especially to the Indians who live there. Amrit Lal on the second, coming up from short of the green, that pin perched up at the back, and that is a beautifully executed shot there by Amrit Lal. That is a tough shot, by the way. Coming up from the front of the green, that tier is almost, almost about a 45 degree or a 50 degree incline going up the hill. And, just to mention here, Abhijit Singh Chadda has fought back on the second hole with a birdie to be back at 11 under par. He tied with Bullard at the lead.
That's what you like to see. You like to see champions bouncing back, and he's not taking much time, huh?
Absolutely, there was just an unfortunate miss on the first one. Probably from the tough position after the drive, left himself on the front edge. In fact, I would say that pitch attempt of his to get it up to the flag location was pretty stellar, and wasn't really able to capitalize on it though. Poacher, though, has also made a birdie on the second hole. Is at 10 under par.
Chika Rangappa here, referred to as Chika. Similarity to Srikanth, I think both of them had the same nickname, Chika. Let's see what Chika can do on hole number 2 here. So much talent on the PGTI, almost bursting at it seems. These players do need these opportunities week in, week out, and be able to compete for these big prizes, prize funds on these venerable tracks such as Chandigarh Golf Course. They're very important for these players to be able to hone their skills and get ready for other tournaments, as well as build up on their world ranking points. This week, iterating my point again that the Professional Golf Tour of India has an official tie-up with the official world golf rankings, and the top 5 players each week on the PGTI do get world ranking points. Those are very important for a lot of these players as they do ply their trade internationally, and those rankings help them get into more tournaments, exemptions, such as playing the final stage for major qualifying tournaments and so on and so forth. Final stage for many of those tours as well.
Absolutely, I think it's a big step on the part of the PGT of India to have the world ranking points. At the end of the day, this week we'll have some of the maximum world ranking points owing to the kind of field that the tournament has attracted. As we take a look at Chika coming up on the second hole. World ranking points can be really helpful for the Indian players if they play well and collect these world ranking points. It could cement their position in a manner that they could actually start getting exemptions into international golf tours. That's the biggest advantage today of having these points here in India.
Chika cleaning up for his birdie.
Easy peasy here for Chikarangapad, a two-putt birdie from just off the green.
What I also realized on the second hole, when I played this, I went with the 3-wood, obviously my safe approach. I found it quite difficult to really hit a driver off the tee on this hole with the view. You really have to turn it a lot.
Turn it about 5-10 yards is good enough, but at your length, I think you wouldn't have made it into the right rough, by the way.
It was just a little intimidating, to be honest. Thank you for putting me back in my place, but I realized that 3-wood for me would make it to the green.
Did it?
No, I hit a 3-wood in the rough, then I thought I'll hit a rescue because at about, I think, 230 yards, and I ended up shanking that rescue to the right in the trees, and from there I chipped out and somehow made par.
How does one shank a rescue?
A semi-shank.
Can you teach us this shot?
I think you would rather
I've never
not,
heard
I think
of a shank from a rescue.
I think you'd rather not have it in your last. It's when you actually, on your downswing and you're not too sure about committing because you're scared of the left side. That I'm hitting this from the rough. I'm not too sure about my swing. If I release it, it'll go in the left rough. So you just leave it open. So it's not really a shank. It's a late slice. It's a low slice. It goes right at the target and stays about 40 yards short. And then you're contemplating. And then I was like, maybe I should have just laid up with a 7-iron and had an opportunity. And it snowballs. And when you stand on the next tee, which is a 7-iron.
So just to take you back onto the second hole, and we'll move on to the next hole after that. So now, in hindsight, would you think that hitting a driver probably would have been better? Because if you were in the right rough, you could have still hit an iron from
I am
there.
pretty certain I wouldn't have been able to hit the driver in the right rough. I would have hit left, right, all over the trees. There's a certain amount of confidence you're required
What are
to
you,
hit
a
a
ping
driver.
pong player?
Yes. It's not that easy, my friend. That fairway is about 40 yards. These players make it look easy. It's not easy. I thought that maybe it is, but it's not. Visually, that golf course is quite intimidating on a certain tee shot. Like the third hole, that par 3, you played after so long. It's a narrow green with that bunker towards the right, and you're getting anything like a 7-iron, maybe a 6-iron to the back pin. And if the wind is up, believe me, it's not that easy. I know you're smirking now. I'd like to take you on that tee as we have a look at Arjun Bhadi here at hole number 7. Collars up with a solid, confident gait, as the young man should.
I actually find the fourth hole's tee shot intimidating over there.
Yeah, the fourth hole also I made bogey. And I must tell you the kind of it was.
I'm just
it was
a
an
bad
absolute
draw
no.
hitter.
I started off so bad. I was 3 over after 4. I was really contemplating my life choices. I said, will I break 80 here? How painful is this round going to get? But
Contemplating my life choices, it seems.
as we
Like
go
an
back
old
to
boys
hole number
reunion
2.
tournament, is it?
Yeah, I thought it's going to be my reunion with some really bad golf.
That's a long drive there. That's a
That's
good long way away from that little slope on the.
He seems to be having an iron in his hand, or is that a rescue?
I think it appears to be a hybrid club because that'll help him get up all the way to the top of the green. Anyway, a chip also from the top tier is much easier than from the front. Where Amrit Lal just made an up and down was quite phenomenal.
I think this shot would suit his style. He likes to hit a draw.
Oh yeah, what a fantastic shot there by
I think
Karandeep
you're
Kochar.
right. He's really, I think he's picked up speed in his golf swing. He's able to pitch that and stop it there. That's a long way. That's well over 200 yards that he's hit that.
But beautifully executed, right? He just pitched it up perfectly. It's got less than 20 feet now for an eagle.
But that these are some really big drives, even from Gaganjeet Bhullar. This is well over 333, somewhere thereabouts. Look at the club that he's going. He's also going with a rescue. I think he could have gone with a 3-wood of the tee, or was it a driver?
I think most likely his players would have hit a driver off the tee box. There is a decent amount of space on the right side to shape the ball from.
He has that hybrid 3-iron that he carries. I think that might be the one that he's hitting now.
Appears to be a rescue club here for Bullard. We'll know very shortly where this ball lands up. It's taken off slightly towards the right side, but that's it. Not towards the right side. Karanjit Buller doesn't seem to have found the dance floor here with his second shot on the second.
A second on the second. So as we pan over to the street, I'd like to tell you where I hit my shot. As you see that road right of that, and it was a mighty struggle just
Did
to
you make a
par.
5 or a 6?
A 5.
Oh wow, what a player!
That was a beautiful par. I started with a 5 and a 5 and a 4 and a 5 and I was 3 over after 4. And I'll tell you the brilliant par
You
I
like
made.
to scramble it around, don't you?
I made a brilliant par on the 5th hole where I drove into the right trees of the 12th hole.
Chadda now. Clearly
That-
the longest of the lot.
That's a humongous drive. Nothing more than probably a 5 or 6 iron for this player. Look for a high draw coming in.
Probably a 5 iron for that back flag location for him. Well, there's one ball which has made its way onto the left edge of the green, and then we of course know that Kocher has landed up onto the dance floor. We will shortly apprise you of where Buller and Chadda have found themselves after 2 shots on the second. As you see across where you see the camera angle just before this, you saw the road at the back. Just across there is the Sukhna Lake, right across the golf course. A stunning place where people usually
I
go
believe
for
when-
morning walks and
believe when you were-
evening runs.
In your heyday of professional golf, you used to get up at 4 o'clock and run on the lake. Is
That's
that
a
true?
bit much. I have run over there, but not at 4 o'clock in the
I was trying to
morning.
make up stories as we go. An urban legend used to put on the Rocky music and
I'm sorry, I can't
feeling
lie
high
that much.
now, feeling strong. Now run around. No, was that something you did?
I've done a little bit of running around that Sukhna Lake, but definitely not at 4 a.m. I'd be completely lying if I said I did.
That's a good shot there on hole number 7 by Angad Chima.
Chima will now have a right to left putt going all the way downhill into the 7th hole for his birdie. Chima taking a very aggressive approach with his second shot, getting up almost close enough to the green within 50 yards.
Yeah, he has that length to be able to get there.
I think he also has that ball shape, right? He draws the ball, so that sort of helps a player to get it up close and personal with the green, especially if you're way off the mark. If you're a fade player, the ball really doesn't run that much after it drops.
So, it's a valid point. The other is Rashid Khan, Gaganjeet Singh Bowler, and Karandeep Kocher. This is, there's a lot of dead time as you hit the shot, and these conversations are important. Karandeep would be trying to pick Gaganjeet Bowler's brain and learn a thing or two about how to achieve international success. You can see Gaganjeet repairing his pitch mark. So you can see how aggressive he was on a par 5. You're pitching it on the flag.
Absolutely. In fact, that goes to show the accuracy also of the player. Have a look at that. I mean, using a hybrid club for this tucked in flag location at the back of the green, but actually making it dead on line where you want it to be. Buller has landed himself now over the green, while Chadda is on the left edge of the green, and we are now with Kalin Joshi on the 7th.
Electric Kalin Joshi. Look at that, just about leaving it in the jaws. And look at some of the other scores as we look at the leaderboard. Jyoti Randhawa 2 under for the day. You have Hani Besoya 2 under, Varun Parekh 3 under, both of them sitting at 5 under for the tournament, so very much in the mix. Amardeep Malik at 1 under for the day, 3 under for the tournament. So Ranjit Singh making the cut. We saw him miss a couple of cuts. It's good to see him back in the fray. He's at 1 under for the tournament, level par for the day. As we go back to our leader group and look at Abhijit Singh Chadda. Should be a straightforward chip from there. Maybe break a little bit from his right to left. Keep the ball in the back of the stance. Let it roll up to the flag stick. And he has done just that. That should be an easy tap-in birdie for Chadha, who started with an unfortunate bogey. Second hole here. A fairly straightforward par 5 with a little bit of bend to the left. OB out of bounds running the entirety of the hole on the left hand side and trees on the right hand side. But for these players, not much of a challenge because they seem to be in control of the driving. But unless you have to really pull off a good drive, otherwise you could find yourself in trouble on this hole. The second hole measures 527 yards. As we have a look at Gaganjeet Singh Bora here with his birdie attempt. Just about missing that on the lower side. As we have a look at Cooch here with his eagle attempt.
I remember Karandeep Kochar, used to play junior golf here in Chandigarh, and he used to come out and watch us play the amateur events. And look where he is today.
The tables have turned. You're watching
totally,
it now.
totally turned. Is definitely not something that I was expecting to do, but yes, they have. I'm so glad to see him, winning these golf tournaments and playing.
It's life, my friend. It doesn't quite work out as you intend to. You roll with the punches. You get up, you dust yourself off, and then you commentate.
Well, that's pretty much that'd be about right.
Look at Abhijit Chadha there with his birdie attempt. As they're moving on to the third hole, where you were giving me a little bit of smirk when I said that it's a difficult green to hit. Obviously, my low standards are to be blamed, but it's not the easiest of greens. It's only about maybe all of about 20, very narrow green, less than 20 yards wide, but it's a long kidney-shaped green with bunker on the right-hand side and a bunker on the left-hand side. And it's also a little perched up, so if you miss it on the side, up and down is not the easiest either. In all fairness, that does require a good shot to be on that putting green.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with the second point of, giving yourself even if you give yourself an up and down from off the green, it is actually a difficult shot to hit, no matter to which flag location.
I would know that. I had one from the right side of the green, about 15 feet right. Very difficult.
How far from the flag did you put it?
15 feet.
You were 15 feet right of the green, and then you put it 15 feet
right of the flag, to the left of the flag.
Lovely. That's great.
That's
some great skill set.
Yeah, and then I duff cut my rescue.
I hope your son wasn't watching you play.
No.
Thank God for that. And there was no live coverage as well, right?
Thankfully.
Karandeep Kochar cleans up for a birdie here on hole number 2, and is now at 10 under par for the tournament. That's the live leaderboard there on the golf course that walks around with the leader group as well as second and third leader group. As you can tell, there's a lot of patrons out there at the Chandigarh Golf Club. Always manages to attract a good amount of crowds here, as the club is right in the middle of the city, and great golfing culture here across this entire township. Warren Parekh making an eagle here on the 13th hole today. Is now at 3 under par for the day and a total score of 5 under par. Recently crowned winner of the KGGT Invitational.
Beautiful view of hole number 7 with that flag tucked in towards the left hand side. I would think that flag, if anything, is one of the more inviting flags on this hole. If it's towards the left, this hole does favor a draw. The players can start it toward the right and let it feed back.
Today was the biggest highlight of my golfing career, or my golfing life. There is no career around it though. Playing with Jeev, I played with Jeev earlier as well, but playing with you as UV as well. So two greats of their own sports. UV trying his hand at golf. It's a 320-yard drive. You know, he is trying to be straight as much as he can, but he is an amazing golfer, and I think it was a pleasure playing with him.
As we're back with the live action from all of that snippet that you saw, ladies and gentlemen, now from the Pro-Am, professional cricketer, ex-professional cricketer Yuvraj Singh Sandhu also, who now, Yuvraj Singh, my apologies, we say Yuvraj Singh Sandhu so often that it just sort of comes out on its own. Nonetheless, Yuvraj Singh, who is from Chandigarh, lives there now, plays a lot of golf alongside professional golfer Karandeep Kochar, and also does play a lot of golf whenever he's traveling. Now he travels along with his golf set and seems to have found a new love after his professional cricketing career. Just going through some of the achievements of Davinjit Bhullard. He has won 21 professional golf tournaments, 10 tournaments on the Asian Tour. He's tied third in all time, and has played the Open Championship in 2009. So is an Arjuna awardee in the year 2013. Gaganjeet Bhullar hails from Kapurthala, Punjab. Started his professional career on the PGTI. Played in 7 events in 2006-7 season and never finished lower than tie for 18th. Also recorded 3 top 10 finishes, including 2 runners-up in his first year itself. To be 5th on the tour's order of merit in the first year of the tour too. Began his career on the Asian Tour in 2007. Won the Yangda Tournament Players Championship, Yangda TPC as it's mostly called. Won that in 2012. And in the following month, he won the Venetian Macau Open. This is from 2012.
Has been a professional for quite a while, and he won a lot of tournaments as well.
Some of the tournaments that have been won by Gaganjeet Bhullar: Indonesian President Invitational in 2009, Asian Tour International in 2010, which was a one-stroke victory, the Yangda TPC in 12, Venetian Macau Open also in 2012, Indonesia Open in 2013, Shinhan Donhe Open in 2016. He won the Bank BRI's JCB Indonesian Open in 2016, Macau Open in 2017, Fiji International in 2018, Mandiri Indonesia Open in 2022. Clearly, he likes to be in Indonesia, doesn't he?
Favorite hunting ground for him.
He also played a playoff in 2009 at the Brunei Open, although Darren Beck won that. There was a 3-way playoff with Bonchu Rongkit, Darren Beck, and Gaganjeet Bhullar. Although Beck is the one who won that tournament, and he also got into a playoff in 2018 at the GS Caltex Makyung Open with Chang Yi Kyun, Wang Jung Gon, and Park Sang Yoon. And Park won that one with an extra third hole. Bullard, though, did not make it through that playoff. That would have made him finish at a position of number 4 in the Makyong Open. Also won the Gujarat Kensville Challenge, which is a European Challenge Tour event. So, and 10 victories on the PGT of India.
You can see that in the year 2009.
It's got 10 Asian Tour wins, 10 PGTI wins.
2009 itself, I remember one of the early seasons, he won almost everything, 5 tournaments. He's not played that much on the PGTI, having won the Tata Steel Championship in 2020, and prior to that, the ASL Championship in 2011. So, not been playing that much on the PGTI. Rahil Ganji on our screens here at hole number 7, the long, arduous par 5. Takes a lot of effort just to walk up to this hole, let alone reach it. As we have a look at Rahil, with what appears to be his birdie attempt. Not too happy with that. Seems to have pulled it a little.
Rahil's finding that funny. He's pulled that one a tad bit. Rahil, who made a huge roar in the golfing world a couple of years back when he was playing the nationwide tour. Made a hole in one on a par five, par four. My apologies, a reachable par four. He
Yes.
made that hole in one with a big drive, 300 plus yards, and it was one of the things everyone heard about. Those roars were heard all across the world when that happened. It's something of an anomaly on a par three, let alone a par four. Arjun Bhati coming up on the ninth hole. The relayed green that you were talking about, has it also picked up a lot of pace than earlier? It's still downhill from the back to the front, is it?
A little more subtle now. The slopes are a little more subtle, but I couldn't gauge that much. Just a more subtle version. The grass seems to have changed. The slopes are a little more subtle than what it was previously. And we have a look at Arjun, who would be looking.
Bhati is looking to chip this one in here on the ninth hole. Arjun Bhati, who is currently at a score of 1 under par for the day and 6 under par for the tournament. Does he have enough on it?
Just about left it there in the jaws.
Buller and Chadda, who are currently leading the way at 11 under par. Chikkarangappa is at 10 under par, tied alongside Karandeep Kochar. Jamal Hussain Maula from Bangladesh is solo, currently at 5th position at a total score of 9 under par. On the ninth hole, we just saw Ravi Kumar cleaning up. As we take a look now behind these players coming up onto the ninth green is 8:50 tea time. Rashid Khan, Khalin Joshi, and Angad Chima.
Perfect tee shots, all of them right in the center. Couldn't have placed it better.
Absolutely, I always kept it slightly on the left side. It's so difficult to sort of cut that corner along that wall that you see.
Look at some of the scores. But this is a perfect position for these players. Maybe all of about 110, 120 yards, you think?
Absolutely prime position here. I think most of the players try to put themselves around a 125-yard mark because they mostly go with the fairway wood off that tee box. Very less number of players go with the driver because they would run into the rough on the left side if they went with one. So they have to really take it
I
on
think
over
Rashid
the
would have
governor's
hit
house.
Rashid would have hit a driver, and maybe Angad would have gone with the 3-wood. Given that Angad, it does hit the ball further than Rashid. Not quite visible.
Chima was gone
Not his best
25,
effort.
25 feet past the hole, but
Seems to have tugged that a little bit.
usually balls that come out a little bit towards the left, slight pulls tend to go a little bit further. Seems like that's what he did there. Maybe a slight bit of a double cross As we go to Rashid Khan.
Rashid Khan is the proponent of ready golf. Just takes about a second to hit that shot. That's a good shot, about 10, 12 feet left of the flag for Rashid.
Perfectly placed just past the hole. Give yourself a shot at birdie.
Cullen now will be able to generate the most amount of spin given the speed that he generates, even from within 100 yards. Puts a lot of compression on that ball.
Rashid currently at 7 under par for the tournament, and Cullen Joshi in a similar position now after his second shot as Rashid is, but is currently at a total score of 4 under par, playing to 1 over par for the day on this penultimate day, also called as moving day by the golfers. Chikkarangappa seems to be making some moves atop that leaderboard now at 3 under par after 5 holes of the day, has tied the lead with Gaganjeet Bhullar and Abhijit Singh Chadda.
It's a brilliant view of this hole number 9, a dog leg turning to the right hand side with the OB flanking the right side of this hole and those trees on the left side. So if you end up going in those trees, you don't quite have a shot. When I played here 2 weeks ago, I was actually on the 7th hole with my driver. A very strange shot. I had a difficult time just getting back in the fairway through those trees. For sure. It's very difficult, this golf course. If you end up in the wrong position, jokes aside, you don't have any way to sort of, trying to get to the fairway also. There are these dense trees. Normally you find that in golf courses, you'd have some sort of a gap to sort of chip out from or so on and so forth. Here it's quite difficult.
I totally know what you mean, because a couple of weeks back, I went out with some of my friends to play around. And honestly speaking, I really haven't put in much of effort on my golf game now for a good number of years. In fact, I've hardly played any golf in 4 years, and this was my second round in 4 years. And mind you, the moment I try a little bit harder, especially on something like a driver, that ball just goes 50 yards off the tee and off to the left.
I think it just goes anywhere.
It just doesn't want to listen.
Unfortunately, I think the thing that happens is that at the moment of impact, you're not quite sure if you can release the club. That happens to a lot of players, because I think majority of Indian players, or all players, you do play on a release pattern. There are only very few players who hit it over 310 yards, that 310, that don't need to release that club as much, who can play a fade. And they can always sort of get back to the game because it's a little easier, because it's more arms oriented. But when you're trying to draw, you really need the timing. And if you're not sure, you end up always scared at the time of impact, and you end up blocking it, or just going to the left and maybe seeing all parts of the golf course.
But I still feel like that is the part that I can still control. Like, I know that I can strike it somewhere around where I want to. But when it comes to getting close to the green, you're within 20 yards of the hole, and you have to hit a chip or a pitch, you need to use the putter. I find it so difficult at that point of time, because your touch and feel is just completely out of the window. So, hitting the ball, I think I can still get away with. But when it comes to short game, if you don't put in regular effort on that end of your game, you could really feel out completely out of it. As we take a look at Angad Chima attempting for birdie here on the 9th hole.
That's a good effort, we presume. But the hole seems to have run it by about 4.5 feet. Good effort nevertheless, but now he'll have another good effort in order to make his par.
Don't you think, the touch and the feel around the greens is the one that gets most affected when you don't play for a while?
I think everything gets affected. I couldn't quite realize what was worse. It was being caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. It all becomes very difficult. And I think what, for me, the toughest was obviously trying to control where the ball is going. The ball doesn't quite listen. It goes anywhere it wants to. And then you start thinking about your swing. You try those mid fixes, okay, maybe stand further, closer, or whatever. It doesn't work. The irons are a little easier, but I find that the longer the club, the more is the spray. And obviously, the putts anyways don't go in, so you don't expect much. But an odd birdie does feel great. I, fortunately, only had one on hole number.
It'll be really my worst nightmare come true if I had to be behind a slow player or with a slow player who was also worried about his golf swing. I swear that would be probably
Look no further, you just look to your left. I am the stuff of what dreams are made of.
nightmares. I said, not dreams, my friend.
And that's why I said dreams, my friend. So next time.
I guess dreams and nightmares is probably just a matter of perspective. Colin Joshi, with a matter of
Look
perspective,
at that.
makes that birdie putt on the 9th hole and moves up now to 5 under par for the tournament. Colin Joshi needing a breather there from a bogey made early on in the day.
A dream within a dream. A beautiful birdie indeed.
Rashid Khan, can he follow suit now?
Rashid Khan
At 7 under par.
and Angad Chima seem to be on the similar team. Familiarly dressed. Is that the attire of the day? Angad Chima seems to be a little disinterested, maybe sort of getting down on himself after that putt that went a little too far.
Rashid Khan coming up in the jaws of that hole. Just probably a roll or two short of it. Chima now needs to clean up for par here. Chima currently tied for 13th position in a total score of 6 under par. And back onto the 6th hole as we take a look at local lad Amrit Lal. Amrit Lal, who seems to be having a bit of a tough day here, currently at 1 over par through the first 5 holes. It is now at 6 under par for the tournament, dropping down to tie for 13th position. And so is Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
It's going to have a little bit of a jumper from this rough. Not the ideal place for that front pin position, but that didn't affect him too much. He's been able to hit a brilliant shot to about 15 feet for birdie.
The third day usually just gets all the movers and shakers on that leaderboard going, doesn't it? We see some of the players playing tumble down and moving down with 1 or 2 over par, and then there are a bunch of others who are actually making use. And guys like Jyoti Randhawa at 3 under par for the day, Shamim Khan, Rashid Khan, all at under par numbers and moving up that leaderboard, sort of almost sneaking up on the rest of them.
Yeah, I think it'll be really something to watch Jyoti Randhawa in the leader group on the final day. That is what we are hoping for. And Shamim Khan as well. So experience coming to the fore. Both Jyoti and Shamim playing well today. Shamim at 2 under par, Jyoti Randhawa at 3 under par today.
Now we've also seen a slight reduction in the Chandigarh crowd on that top 10. Just a slight reduction though, mind you, not a big one. Still have, Chadda, Kochar, Akshay Sharma still well within that top 10. Then you had a little bit of tumble down from the others. Arjun Bhati also trying to make some moves over here. Now at 6 under par at a tie for 13th position on that leaderboard. Arjun Bhati was a rookie on tour, playing his first year here as a professional golfer. He's had a pretty good junior career before moving up the ranks to the professional leagues. Karangappa seems to have found the right bunker here on the 4th hole. Beautiful green, even this one.
It's a very challenging hole is this 4th hole.
I mean, the right top flag on this green location is really one of the tougher ones to get to.
I think if you can hit the fairway, 90% of the work is done on this hole. But because a lot of the players are going with a safe approach, maybe teeing off with a rescue, I feel.
I think most of the players actually hit a driver over here. No trouble for guys who can hit a draw easily. I think guys who favor a little bit of left or right would struggle to keep this ball in play over here. Chikka coming up with a pretty good attempt there from the bunker, would have about 5 feet to save his par. So as I was saying, guys who play a left or right shot would probably find it slightly difficult on this hole. But if you're a draw player, you could just hold up onto that right fairway bunker and hit a slight draw into it and have a sand wedge in. But that right side top pin position is just in an awkward, slopey position that you have to pitch that ball perfectly to stop it near the flag, even if you had a wedge in.
Yeah, I agree. It's a difficult hole.
The rest of the flags are on the left side of the green where the pin is perched up today. These are flags, if you're in the fairway, they're quite approachable from a fairway location. Amrit Lal on the fourth, what appears to be a birdie putt here for Amrit. Amrit just about misreading it slightly, and would have to settle for a par here. Is Amrit Lal to be at 6 under par. Varun Parekh, who's trying to make a move on that leaderboard, coming off a victory very recently, his maiden title at the DLF Golf and Country Club this week, with scores of 72 and 70 to begin the tournament. He's currently at 5 under par through the back nine of this golf course and a total score of 7 under par to move himself up to a tie for 7th position. That's a big jump there by Varun Parekh. After just about making it into the cut line at 2 under par for 2 days, now he's up to 7 under par, using that penultimate day, so-called moving day, in the true spirit of that word. As we take a look at Akshay Sharma. Akshay on the fourth now, putting for birdie. And he makes that one. Apologies, that is a putt for par here for Akshay Sharma. It was a longish attempt for par here for Akshay, and he makes that. It's a good save there for him. As we take a look at Chikarangappa S, who is going to be putting for par from the right side of the hole after that attempt from the bunker. Chika's ball is going to move a little bit from the right to the left, probably a right edge putt here for Chikarangappa S. If you know him well, you know that he's going to hit this really nice and solid, and he does. Stellar putt there for Chika. It's a par save for him. As we take a look at Jamal Hussain Mola. Jamal on from the left side of the 7th green. What a superb shot there, opening that club face, sliding that club under the ball. Amazing shot there for Jamal Hussain Mola on the 7th hole, par 5. Leaving himself just a tiny tap in. That screen is slightly tabletopish, and coming off the rough there, Jamal really showcasing some superb finesse in those fingers. Adil Bedi also on the left side of the green, what appears to be in 3 shots. Just off the green, that ball is going to break a lot from the left to the right. The green on the 7th hole slopes from the back to the front edge, all the way up until the back of the green is this hole. Jamal cleaning up here. Doesn't even need to change it into a putter. That's how close he hit it. Let's take a look at the rest of the players. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. So for the slow start, 1 over for the day and 6 under par. My apologies for the tournament. So is Amrit Lal, who has also dropped a shot there on that leaderboard. Adil Bedi finding it tough to string a round together. Currently at 3 over par for the day and 4 under par for the tournament. That seems like a snowball effect going on there for Adil Bedi. Seems like the bogeys aren't stopping.
Rather unfortunate for Adil. He'll have to turn the tide if he has to try and finish in the top 10 positions.
Sandhu for birdie.
Yuvraj as well, not having the type of day that you normally see, but given his prowess, he can turn this day around. Let's see if that putt is the one that is going to stem the rot. Not quite, so we'll make par on this hole number 7, but I think the back nine is a lot more favorable for these players given the number of birdie opportunities that the back nine does have. Hole number, if you look at hole number 12, 13th, the par 5, 16, 17, 18, there are quite a few birdie opportunities for them there.
If you look at the order of merit here at the Tata Steel PGTI rankings, you see that how things have really changed. Over the past few weeks that we've been looking at the total money, prize money earned. The way we are looking at things now, Ajitesh Sandhu was leading the way at 46 lakh 90,000 rupees, and the next guy was Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who was almost half the amount of that when we started off a couple of weeks ago. And here we are. We only have now a 2 lakh difference between the top and the second. That's quite fantastic. And between the second and the third, only a 4 lakh rupee difference, which basically makes sure that the order of merit run going into the Tour Championship this year is going to be superbly interesting.
Yeah, you're looking at money country right now, so as to speak. These kind of tournaments, massive price purse of 1.5 CR. So 24 lakh, whoever wins this tournament could really run away with that order of merit. As we had a look at Adil, who is definitely not having the best of days, so to speak. Having a look at the tournament chart, while we see Karandeep here, what seems to be hole number 4.
Kocher making an aggressive swing there on the fourth hole, and aggression is definitely a trait he's showcasing, giving himself just under 10 feet for
Brilliant
birdie
ball
here.
striking by Karandeep. Post this week, we move to Pune Golf Club, offering a prize fund of 40 lakh. Then you have the Golconda Masters, 40 lakh. Then the Indian Oil Servo Masters, 60 lakh. Then again, a big tournament, Dream Valley presents Woody Masters for 1 CR. Then you look at the SSP Chaurasia Invitational for 1 CR and the Tour Championship for 3. So a lot of money to play for as Gaganjeet Bhullar here on hole number 4 is coming up a little short.
Difficult coming off the rough. You're usually expecting a bit of a jumper, and seems like Buller must have caught that absolutely fine. Because ball had enough spin on that as well.
I think you're right. A lot of these players have used driver, as you can see them quite close to the green here at hole number 4. Not really holding back. That's a big drive right there by Abhijit. Obviously, he's not more than maybe 70 yards to the front edge.
I think you'd be pretty accurate there. He's probably about 70, 75 yards away from the green.
It's a massive drive on this whole uphill hole.
Chadha having no trouble with distance off the tee or distance off his irons as well, for that matter.
It's a good shot by Chada there.
Chadha would have got about 15, 18 feet now for birdie over here on the fourth. Rashid Khan making another birdie on the seventh hole is now at 8 under par for the tournament as the leaders stay at 11 under, Gaganjeet Bhullar and Abhijit Singh Chadha. The men on our screens now. And Karandeep Kocher is at 10 under par with a birdie on the second hole and a string of pars otherwise.
Look at hole number 4.
Now we move on to Karandeep Kocher coming up on the sixth hole approach shot. Kocher on the sixth. Kocher taking the more prudent approach of, laying up there, probably at about 220 or 230 yards off the tee box. I think it's quite a lengthy carry of that water hazard. You have to be good 280 or 90 yard plus to be able to carry that. Buller as well, going with an iron off the tee box here on the sixth hole, looking at giving himself a wedge shot in.
Yeah, something that we've not quite seen on this hole, to be honest with you. I've always seen the players laying up. Maybe it's obviously the added length that the players have. They feel more confident going with the driver here on this hole.
Pin today is only 9 yards from the front edge and 6 from the right edge of the green. And what a stellar shot there by Gaganjeet Bhullard, showcasing, really speaking, one of the things that all of the people, in fact, if any junior golfers are watching this, one of the things to notice over here is how good a top player is with his approach shots. Their yardage control, especially, they will always keep themselves pin high to the flag, and if they get the line correct, they will be really really close to the flag location. And mind you, wedge play is something all of these players focus so much on. That because if your approach shots aren't close enough to the hole, the amount of birdie chances you get are going to be very very limited, especially on par fours.
Yeah, rightly said. So showing you action a little while ago with the players on their hole number 4. So the
Players
leader
are-
group.
The players are currently live on hole number 6. On the fourth hole, we are looking at the action that happened just a few minutes ago here from the leader group itself. We take a look at Chadda's putt here on the fourth hole. Abhijit Singh Chadda, our leader from the first 2 days, currently also leading the tournament at 11 under par, but now at a tie with Gaganjeet Bhullard. A golf tournament really is like a marathon tournament over 72 holes, 4 days, grueling conditions, tough competition, and most importantly, keeping your with the practice round, then the pro-am, followed by uh, you know 4 rounds of tournament golf, and all the travel that must have happened for these players. So to put your best foot forward really requires hard work, resilience, and a lot of recovery time. And it has to be really played like a marathon. If you try to sprint around at a golf tournament, you're
That's the
probably
reason,
going to
my
lose
friend.
steam.
You said it. You hit the nail on it. Sir. It's a marathon. That's what I kept telling the referees and everybody else. It's not a sprint. Take your time. Read your lines. Enjoy the scenery. Maybe chit chat with your caddy. Change your clubs. Change your swing. Just keep at it. That 4 hour round. Extract the most value. Take 6 hours. If not, take 6.5 until you get kicked off the golf course. Ladies and gentlemen,
Please
that
do
was all
not
in
listen to
jest.
him. Please do not listen to him. This is going to land you up in trouble, even at your regular corporate tournaments. And if there are junior golfers listening to this, please do not try this, right? Because you're
At
going to
home.
have
Only try this at home. Don't try this on the golf
yes,
course.
you're going to have a referee on your tail through and through your round, and you're not going to enjoy that feeling.
Well, for some, that feeling is something that we look forward to.
30
The
seconds.
Referee.
30 seconds is what you get to hit the golf ball these days, Shaurya.
That's too short for me even to decide what to hit.
I don't think you'll even wear your glove by then.
Very difficult. The standards are so high of the game, and even the time has been decreased.
Kocher on the fourth for birdie.
Let's see what Coach did back in time. It's almost like time travel, interstellar. We are in two spaces at the same time.
Well, it seems like he took Chadda's putt and probably underplayed that one. Chadda overplayed that one. This one underplayed that one.
Yes, it also looks like a little bit of relative theory. Time travels slower. What was the theory was for
Do
the
you realize that this all fantasizing is only happening here between the two of us, and I don't think any of our viewers would be able to understand what you're trying to say.
because what we're trying to say that we're showing you the leader what the leader group did about 10 minutes ago, and we'll soon take you back to where they are in live coverage. So you're seeing something that happened back in time.
Back in time.
A little bit like the movie Interstellar, where the person grows old by the time he comes back. Or he stays the same, the daughter grows old. Yeah. Either ways, you get the point.
Gaganjeet for par here on the fourth.
Making a little bit of a meal of the soul after that brilliant drive.
Meal it is.
Unfortunate.
A little bit too extra. Maybe also push that one out a little bit, didn't he?
Yes, so a bogey for Gaganjeet. For those of you who are just joining us on ABP Network, I'd like to tell you that you're live at ABP Live, and we are bringing you this broadcast from Chandigarh Golf Club in Chandigarh. The tournament that you're watching on your screens is the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take, and on our screens is the leader group comprising of Gaganjeet Singh Bhullar, Abhijit Singh Chadda, and Karandeep Kochar. Gaganjeet making a birdie on that hole and would move him to 12 under par. This tournament is one of the marquee tournaments of the year, being hosted by the legend Jeev Milkha Singh, who unfortunately has not had the best of weeks this far and not made the cut, but is going to be here in full support on the final 2 days. And this is hole number 7, the par 5, the long, arduous par 5, the fabled par 5. All professional golfers of the country do know this hole. I think very few would have ever been able to reach this green in 2. Currently leading is Gaganjeet Singh Bhullar at 12 under par, Abhijit Singh Chadda at 11 under par, Chikarangappa at 10, and Karandeep Singh Kochar at 10 under par. All the top 10, top 15 players playing well. Varun Parekh, the winner at DLF, having a brilliant day at 5 under par for the day, 7 under for the tournament. Shamim Khan, 2 under for the day. Jyoti Randhawa, 3 under for the day. So a lot of pedigree and experience as well on that leaderboard.
today was the biggest highlight of my golfing career or my golfing life. There is no career around it though. Playing with Jeev, I played with Jeev earlier as well, but playing with UV as well. So two greats of their own sports. UV trying his hand at golf. It's a 320-yard drive. He is trying to be straight as much as he can, but he is an amazing golfer, and I think it was a pleasure playing with him.
कन्वर्टर में है तो पर नीली लाइट जल रही है, हरी नहीं जल रही है। तो नीली नहीं जलनी चाहिए ना।
Back with the live action, as you saw a couple of video moments there from our Pro-Am that was held on Wednesday here at the Chandigarh Golf Club. Players like cricketer Jeev Singh also played this Pro-Am. We are now on the 7th hole as we take a look at the group that making its way now into the 7th green. That is Amrit Lal coming up with a birdie on the 6th hole, finally making amends on that score of his, now at a tie for 8th position at 7 under par. Amrit Lal coming up for his 3rd shot here on the 7th. Coming off the rough, look for that ball to have a little bit of a run, but luckily for Amrit, this entire green moves uphill, so even if the ball comes out a bit of a flyer, the green would cut off its speed on the drop.
Difficult hole, long, lengthy hole, and the green is not easy either, to be honest with you. Very narrow green.
Yes, you really have to put yourself short of the hole to actually have a realistic chance of making any putts. You put yourself pin high on this green, it actually becomes a big curler from the right to the left. At this position where Amrit is right now, it's going to be a big curling putt from the right to the left, probably well over a grip in turning. Chikka on the 7th. Akshay Sharma seems to be rallying himself towards his golf ball. Seems like he found some trouble. Body language
yes,
makes it look like he's rushing from one place to the other as of now.
Scampering on, Akshay. I was thinking, not many players in this field who can actually hit this green in two. Maybe Abhijit Chadha is one of them. Would these players try and get to this green, you think, during tournament play, or they, after a good drive, also they lay up?
I think it completely depends where you end up putting yourself on your drive. I think players like Abhijit, who would be getting past the tree in the middle of the fairway, the trees, there's a tree, for the viewers, there is this hole actually plays as a double dogleg from the left to the right on the tee shot, and then right to the left on the 2nd and the 3rd shot. So there's tree line, of course, on both sides. Right side is OB, left side has got big eucalyptus trees hanging across into the fairway. So really small opening into the fairway. There is a tree that is there in the middle of the fairway as well, which is at about probably 320 yards off the tee box.
Yes.
Only some of the players can really get past that, and so if you can, you might have a 300-odd yard shot into the green, and only some of the players can really make it reach 300 yards with a 3-wood. And I think probably the only way to do that is to hit a draw into this green, because anyway you require about a 20-yard draw from that angle, maybe a hook even, so that the ball runs a lot. But other than that, I think there's hardly much of a chance. Some of the players could reach the right side of the green, maybe within 20 yards. And I remember seeing Gurbaz Man in the past try to reach it up. Very less number of players, I would say, actually have the kind of
Gurbaz is
firepower.
probably one of the few. I think he's been able to hit this green many times. He plays here, so I'm sure that.
I won't be surprised if he's even hit an iron some days.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago when he was back from the States, there was a story about him on hole number 12 here, almost hitting the green. That's how far he can hit that ball. I'm not so sure how, not seen him playing for a while, but still has, he has prodigious power. Put so much compression on the ball. Gurbaz Man was almost like like an urban legend as far as length was concerned. I think he was the benchmark, the heavy hit on the ball.
Gurbaz, I remember back in the day, there are stories of him on, let's say, the Delhi Golf Club, hole number 1. He's actually hit a 2-iron and 7-iron on the green. Can you imagine that? 2-iron and 7-iron? I could barely get a 2-iron and 2-iron on the green.
I remember when I was a sub-junior and saw him play, even as a junior, and he used to have that wooden ping 3-wood.
Right.
It was just something else. The way the sound of the ball was just different. This guy, I don't know, he has some different compression, at least at that point in time. And even now, I'm sure he's at far. He was just a league apart in terms of distance and compression as compared to other players.
Oh, absolutely. Gurbaz has been, one of the better swingers and better ball strikers from the country. Of course, owing to some of the injuries and all that, he started getting into other things and didn't really continue full-time pursuing his pro career. But he's had a stellar amateur career as well in the past, and still hits it a long way. In fact,
sure.
He's now one of the finest club fitters in the country. And really, really knowledgeable about that. But,
does he still hit it as far as he did back in the day, or has he lost some distance?
I think he might have lost a tiny bit of distance, but he's still very long. For guys like you and me who are average length of the tee box, he's still at the very long side of things.
I played a few rounds with him, and I made sure that I keep up in speed. He was not one for patience. He said, "I'll leave you behind."
Yeah,
it was fun, but yeah, I remember that hit that like a lot of players talk about. Tiger Woods, and if you remember when he won that amateur championship, a lot of the other players are saying that when Tiger hits the ball, it just sounds different, sounds like a bullet. And that's the first, he was one of the only players I ever felt when he hits the ball, it just sounds different.
I think Viraj also has that sound. There is a different sound that comes out of that golf ball when it leaves the club face. Having said that, Gurbaz actually is a very high. His trajectory of the ball is really, really high, and that gives him the big carry distance that he manages to get. In fact, he probably hits his long irons higher than anyone else
yes,
that you would meet.
Coming back to that topic, I remember him hitting that 3-iron. For me, a 3-iron always meant flat, drop it about 210, make it run to 230. When I saw him hit that 3-iron, it used to take off at about 180 and really go high, and that's obviously. I think that's just a God-given gift, that kind of length.
Not really. I mean, it's not really a God-given gift, to be honest. But you have to really get at the correct spot. You really have to have the correct angles coming into the ball. Any good player in the world would have. They say, launch your long irons high and launch your wedges low. That would be actually a good quality play, which is contrary to how the clubs are designed.
Yeah, but that I think eventually, I mean, you can keep.
I don't think God given the gift to anyone to launch it high. You have to attain it.
When you're saying that, hit your short irons low and long irons high. I mean, you can get any technique, but unless you have that speed, my friend, it's not going to work out because you need that compression.
I think you need that compression. You have to develop in due course of time. It does take time to do so, but you have to develop.
If you look
that
at
sort of
now, for
compression.
example, you look at Jamal. Every player is born with a different set of abilities. You have to maximize yourself. You can't try and ape the other player. Some people just don't have that kind of swing speed. But you have to get the ball in the hole, as Jamal has almost done there.
So this is where I love discussing this with you because you come from a different school of thought than I come from, and I'm glad that we usually have a very healthy discussion about this. And looking at the compression level, the ability of hitting, and all of that. Yeah, fine. Everybody comes with their own ability, but then that also keeps decides their thresholds. But if you really look at guys who make it to places like the Asian Tour, the European Tour, the PGA Tour, and play with the very best golfers, you will see that these things that we have spoken about as a high launched long iron to be pitching at 230, 240 yards is almost a prerequisite actually.
Yeah, so that's actually
So
unfortunately
if
eliminates
you,
a lot of the players.
yes, so you want to bind yourself into thinking that this is your ability and take the most out of it. Of course, you should take the most out of your ability. But if you want to reach up to the higher tours, you will have to increase your
But
ability as well.
that's not everybody can make it to the higher tours, and you can't
True.
just it's easier said than done that you increase your ability. Not everybody can be an Usain Bolt. You might run 20 hours a day, but if you don't have that God-given speed, training can only take you so far. So
Well,
I think
so
it's
in my-
it's also very important in life to ascertain what you are good at.
Great.
You must always put the effort, but you must make sure that your best effort is around the others who are playing. So it doesn't matter if you hit your driver 200, as long as you can shoot a 5 to 6, 7 under par, ladies and gentlemen. I think you have business competing with the best.
So I think the other thing that one can do is if you can't develop enough compression into the golf ball and you
Talk
want to play
about
a
it.
higher tour, you can actually go
Let's
and
talk.
get like play a hybrid club instead of a long iron. Then that probably just make things a little bit simpler. As we take a look at Karandeep Kocher coming up on the 9th hole.
On the 7th,
My apologies, 7th hole.
Seems to be his third shot, from a fair distance behind, but that's all right. He should be about 25 feet downhill, right, left, turning a little bit, maybe make a birdie. Who knows? Time will tell.
So, I mean, either you will have to be really, really good with your hybrid clubs. You could start keeping a 3 and a 4 hybrid and be really accurate with it, because that's what the higher tours will demand.
I think that's what you see. The only Indian players who've been able to make a dent internationally are all the long hitters, apart from SSP Chaurasia, who's had his victories owing to some supernatural ability within 200 yards and that putter that he wields. But if you see on the whole, Jyoti Randhawa, Jeev Milkha Singh, Arjun Atwal, all long hitters, very good physical, presence. That they look at that shot, Gaganjeet Bhullar. Now you have
We're taking on even cornered flags today, isn't he?
Yeah, he was about 110, 100 odd yards. So these players have laid back. They've not tried to go for the green or get
Right.
closer to the green. Maybe they've hit a driver, then maybe a 6 or 7 iron and laid up there
Correct.
to a certain yardage, eliminating that risk of having to turn that ball in the second shot, because the OB does come into play if you're trying to hit that kind of shot.
Right.
So they are throttling back. So coming back to the point, obviously only a few golfers are able to, Shiv Kapoor has been one. He's been a medium length player, but a fantastic accuracy player. But if you see somebody who's breaking through, Anirban Lahiri, Shubhankar Sharma, they have that power also. So
Absolutely.
it's required. I think it's like saying that you want to be a tennis player without having a strong serve or without a
So
backhand.
actually, come to
This
think
is a
about it,
prerequisite of the game.
come to think about it, Shaurya, when you play on championship golf courses, similar to the lengths of Chandigarh Golf Club, and the wind picks up and all of that, firm greens and all of that happening. Now, from 190 yards, 200 yards out on a par 4, if you're standing in the middle of the fairway, and if you can't hit a 6 iron or a 5 iron at this juncture, close enough to the flag, accurate at the distance that you require, you're going to struggle to make a score, because players over here are going to be shooting 67s and 68s like it's the back of their hand.
I think that's the thing. See, I think sometimes we end up shying away from the truth because we feel that yes, it is an even level playing field. Golf, mimics life. Nothing is fair. You just have to find your strengths and make everything work. And you have to find where to compete. You have to pick your battles. It's like any war. You have to be, at the incisive moment. You have to make a move. So same in golf. If you have certain facets of the game which you are good at, and your A game, the only thing that matters is your A game. When you are playing well, can you compete with the rest? It doesn't matter if you're a short hitter, long hitter, but you must have the ability to shoot those 5, 6, 7, 8 under par rounds. Otherwise, you have no business being here.
100%.
I mean, you'll not make the cut. Look at the cut now, 1 under in tournament condition. Tournament condition golf courses are tougher. You can see the rough is a little higher. The flag sticks are tucked away. The tees are right at the back. Sometimes the golfing gods also get involved, and the wind also picks up.
Absolutely.
You only get 30 seconds to hit a shot. So all these things, they do sort of they compound and make it difficult. As we talk about that, Yashash Chandra is telling us about what professional golf is. It's 5 under par today. 5 under on Chandigarh golf course is really no mean feat. This is a fantastic golf course. For all weekend warriors and juniors, you please play this golf course and give us your best round. You can find us on YouTube, Facebook. Our coverage is there. You can find us by ABP Live, PGTI, and then just the name of the tournament, Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational by Take. So that will give you an idea of what you are up against. If you want to be a good professional, in your normal rounds, you must have ability to shoot 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 under par. Otherwise,
Absolutely.
it's impossible, I feel.
Varun Parekh, the young gun, now at 5 under par 2 after the back nine of the tournament.
Varun Parekh also hits the ball an absolute mile, about 305, 310 yards of carry. It's a new generation of players, and I think that's what's happening internationally as well. And the Indians are keeping in step with that as we have a look at Abhijit Singh Chadha.
Chadha putting for birdie here on the 7th hole, currently one shot away from Gaganjeet Bhullar.
Jamal Hussain keeping that flag high for his country at 8 under par for the tournament, 1 under for the day. Always hanging tough. He's one of those players who knows his game and stays within that box and really competes well. He's really an inspirational figure. Let's see what Abhijit can do here on hole number 7. This is a makeable putt. I just needed a little bit more on that. As you see, a lot of fans, patrons, members, juniors following this tournament. That's heartening to see.
Always is. It's nice to always have some crowds out there supporting the players, experiencing some of the best golf that can be seen around their town. And no better venue here than the Chandigarh Golf Club. The Chandigarh Golf Club, which was laid out in 1962, located just south of Sukhna Lake, and is right next to the house of the governor. In fact, the wall that you all see now on our screens is the house of the governor. It's a 7,202 yard hole. The golf course is known for its tree-lined fairways, usually lined by mango, jamun, eucalyptus and kikad orchard trees and thick roughs. That is what brings up the toughness of this golf course as we take a look at Karandeep Kochar for his birdie putt on the 7th. The long par 5, 613 yard long par 5 this 7th.
He would have benefited from that putt by Abhijit, and I think he would not leave it short. Would have been able to gauge the speed and the direction as well. Look for him to make this putt.
Well, being their home course, obviously the lines would be at the back of their hand, but making sure the execution happens at that moment will be the one that will be challenging.
Leaving it short again. I think that's a flag. The speed is maybe confusing the players a little bit on this hole, or maybe it's a lot of uphill and you really don't want to go that far past the hole.
I said, it'll all boil down to execution for these Chandigarh boys, because they would know the lines pretty much at the back of their hand. They play this golf course day in and day out. They also play a lot of golf together, so that brings up would be making Kochar and Chadha feel quite comfortable playing alongside each other today.
We have Gaganjeet Bhullar to add to that lead. Should be breaking a little bit from his left to right, downhill. We just need to ensure to miss it on the higher side, if anything. That would have a chance of going in.
Absolutely big break coming up from the left side. Does Bhullar get it? He didn't even put up enough pace into that, and he knew that from get-go.
Not his best effort. These are the kind of putts that do disappoint a player.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the par 5s is where the players are always trying to capitalize, even if it is for 613 yards.
Brilliant camera work, slowly showing us the golf course, panning to ground level, showing you that wonderful morning, wonderful October afternoon. In fact, now turning to be early in the day. It's just a perfect condition to play golf.
One of the changes in the rules of golf now allows the players to use a radar, sort of a laser sort of a device, which they can pinpoint at the flag or any of their hitting areas. This actually helps the players in two ways. One, of course, is to make the play a lot faster, and the other thing that it really helps with is the accuracy of the distances that they need to hit. So, giving them even a better chance of sort of pinpointing themselves at the flag location. Great shot there by Amrit Lal, who is himself looking at making some sort of damage on that board, but on the seventh hole has been derailed a little bit with a double bogey on that par 5. Must have miscued his tee shot. That is a tough one now to come back from for Amrit. That's a big tumble down there for him, starting the day at a top 5 position. As we take a look at Chikkarangappa coming up onto the ninth hole. Nice shot there by Chikkarangappa, putting himself just 10 feet past the flag. He's looking at a downhill putt coming into this flag location. Should be no trouble there as long as he gets that line right. Chikka was really good with that flat stick, looking to give himself more birdie opportunities before he moves in to the back nine. The back nine, of course, gives the players a little bit more of birdie opportunities, starting the 12th and the 13th, and the players also get birdie opportunities on 16th, 17th, as well as 18th. The 18th, of course, its toughness really comes in from that tee shot. The player has to be able to hit about 20 to 30-yard cut from the tee to find the middle of the fairway. After that, the players really would be looking at a flag finder from there. Akshay Sharma now on the ninth hole, finding. Looks like Akshay is coming up here onto the green in 3 shots. Akshay with a birdie on the third hole has made all pars other than that up till the 8th. Coming up now, he will have a 20-footer here on this green. Amrit Lal and Chikka have put themselves within 10 feet, and Very colourful card there for Varun Parekh, making a triple bogey on the first hole, which is his 10th hole of the day, but fighting back immediately with an eagle on the second. A great putt there for Chikka Rangaba, making a birdie here on the 9th hole. That'll take Chikka to 11 under par for the tournament. All smiles there for him. That's the look from the 9th tee box, ladies and gentlemen. The hole is a dog leg from the left to the right. If you're a driver hitter, most players would be aiming over the right eucalyptus tree. Or if not, you would be cutting that fairway wood from the left side of the fairway onto the middle of the fairway. Take a look at Akshay Sharma's putt here on the 9th hole. Akshay coming up just right off the hole. Didn't have enough pace for that putt, did he? Amrit Lal putting for birdie here on the 9th hole, looking to make amends after that 7th hole, and he does. Saving one shot there on the 9th is Amrit Lal. This will take Amrit back to 6 under par for the tournament. Really having a bit of a seesaw day, isn't he, today? Wind seems to be a little bit from the right side here today on the 9th hole. Tee shot, of course, playing right to left headwind, and second shot playing only right to left wind, although it seems pretty still out there in Chandigarh today as of now. Winds usually do pick up around this time, where after noon it does seem to blow a little bit, especially with the Sukna Lake around. It does tend to pick up a tad bit. So take a look at Kochar now on the 9th tee box. Kochar seems to be going with a fairway wood here. Yep, Kochar with a 3 wood on the 9th hole. The advantage with going with a club like that is that if you even hit it straight down towards the left side, the ball will still be in the first cut only. Very difficult to reach up to the trees then, because it's 300 yard plus to get in there. But if you're hitting a driver and you're not accurate enough with it, that's going to be a tough one on this hole. So if you want to be greedy on this hole, be greedy with caution, is what that really means. If you take a look at Kochar now on the 9th. Doesn't like that, but seems like it's okay. Will be in play. Gaganjeet Bhullar, 10-time Asian Tour champion, 10-time PGTI Tour champion. He too has taken the approach of a fairway wood here, going with a 3 wood. Seems like he's ended up finding himself on the left side, probably in the trees. Chadda now. Chadda with his trusted caddy for years now here at Chandigarh. Remember, he used to make him caddy for him even back in his amateur days.
Seems to be one of those trusted relationships that has only improved with time. Abhijit Chadha here at hole number 9.
Chadda going with a long iron. Clearly, his length allows him to take a club
I guess
shorter
the
than the
privilege of
others.
length. You can hit an iron on this kind of an hole, which is an intimidating tee shot. Scampering on. They're walking fast. Is that a referee that we see behind them? Was that the reason for that brisk speed? I highly doubt it. All these 3 players are play at a decently quick pace. If you look at some of the scores today, we have Varun Parekh having a roller coaster of a day with a 5 under front 9. Then really everything seems to have come undone on the first hole with a triple bogey, but not to be then an eagle. I think this is the first time in my life that I'm seeing a round with 2 eagles and a triple bogey thrown in for good measure. So he's doing everything that he can to keep it interesting. He's at 6 under par. I think that's so very much in it. 6 shots behind the leader, Gaganjeet Bhullar. Also, Yashash Chandra with the 5 under par round today. Jyoti Randhawa, 2 under par, 6 under total. Going along really well today. You have M. Dharma seeing him play well after a while. He's at 1 under for the day. Ajitesh Sandhu, who played so well the previous week at Panchkula, at 4 under for the tournament. 1 under for the day. A very consistent player is Ajitesh. Look for him to shoot a low number tomorrow. Badal Hussain from Bangladesh, 2 over for the day and 2 under for the tournament. Harinder Gupta and Ranjit Singh. Ranjit Singh having a brilliant back nine. Both of them 2 under for the day and 3 under for the tournament. So a lot of low numbers. Ankur Chadda, 1 under for the day, 2 under for the tournament. Currently you have 50 players at level par or better. So seeing that standard is being maintained throughout the field. I reckon that with the leader being at 12 under par, anybody who's still at 5 under par or better can still contend. Being about 6 or 7 shots behind, it's possible that he can still mount a challenge. So you have, I think, almost 10 players tied at 5 under par in 16th position, starting with Dharma, Veer, Arjun Bhati, Kalin, Rahil, Anil Mane, Amrit Lal, and Hani Bisoya, as well as Aman Raj. So good scoring here on the penultimate day, moving day as it's colloquially called. A lot of players moving up the leaderboard, not many capitulating, which is good to see. So they've been able to keep that good form going even on the 3rd day. As we head back to hole number 9, on our screens there is Abhijit Singh Chadha, who hit 9 off the tee. I think that's the privilege of having added length in your arsenal. You don't really need to take on big shots. We have look at Gaganjeet Bhullar, who seemed to have pulled that to the left, but luckily I think maybe still in the fairway. So no big troubles for Gaganjeet, as he would have maybe a 9 and to that green. This is prudent play by Abhijit Chadha, hitting an iron, still having maybe about 130, 40 yards to this front flag at most. Scary checking the wind. As it's panning out, it's going to be a low scoring event for sure, as we've seen. Players do shoot the lights out on the PGTI. Doing so this week as well. Shamim Khan really making a move at 4 under and 9 under for the week so far, as we have Abhijit, who has hit his second shot. We'll soon find out how far that is from the flagstick. All of them are waiting for Karandeep Kuchar, who would soon dispatch his approach shot as well. Rashid Khan also at 3 under for the day, 8 under for the tournament. So going along really well. Rashid Khan is somebody that he can never really count out. He was the runner-up here in this tournament, having lost to Shiv Kapoor in a dramatic finale in the playoff last year, where he unfortunately put the ball in the drink on the 18th hole in the playoff hole. As we have a look at the leader group striding down on hole number 9. And in the foreground, you can see the players who teed off on the back 9. What seems to be Aman Raj, maybe, I'm not sure, completing their rounds by playing their back 9, which is the front 9 of the course. Half of the field, after the completion of 2 rounds, tees off from the back 9, and the other half tees off from the front 9. The better half tees off from the front 9, and the scores that are below top 25, they tee off from the back 9. Well, that's a brilliant shot right there on the flagstick. That's another one. So, two of these players hitting some brilliant shots here. We'll soon find out whose ball that is. Seems that Abhijit Chadha has a little bit of a miscue there in the front right bunker or on the embankment, it seems. Gaganjit Bhular with the brilliant shot right over the flag. He has the referee, Mr. H.S. Kanga, established amateur golfer in his own right. Should be a straightforward shot, unless there is something in the lie which we can't quite discern from this camera angle. But he seems to have. Okay, so seems that the ball could have been buried. So what would have happened that if the ball breaks ground and is not in the bunker, is in the steep face of the bunker, if the ball breaks ground, then you're allowed to drop it and take relief, as you cannot play an embedded ball. So maybe that is what has happened. Now you'll be dropping that ball again, and after 2 tries, if the ball does not stay in the intended position, then the player is allowed to place it. So if the ball rolls back into the hazard, then the player can place it, because the original position of that ball was on the embankment. And if it rolls back into the hazard after a couple of tries, then the player can just go on, place that ball, and carry on from there. Now, this would have made things a lot easier for him, having to place that ball. So that would give him a decent lie from there. Should break a little from his right. Oh, just about lipping out. What a brilliant shot that was. Unfortunate to have not made birdie there on this hole. You can see that the people in Chandigarh really do love their game of golf, and the support of the members and the patrons as well as the fans is very important for the tour as a whole to operate and thrive. And for those of you who are wondering that, what are the statistics, who's leading, who are the players from your part of the country, or just anybody that you want to follow, you can always head over to our website at www.pgtofindia.com, and there you will be able to find the schedule of tournaments, the current order of merit, and even other fun tidbits like the birdie leader, eagle leader, and so on and so forth. As Gaganjit Singh Bhullar would be hoping to make a birdie here to open a two-shot lead. I think he has done that. Looks to be in. Oh, rather unfortunate. Turned the other way. I would have thought it would have turned back to the left, but that's the nature of the beast. Unexpected break. You can see he was not expecting that to break to the right, and that's costly miss there for Gaganjit. Could have opened a bigger lead there, but he'll have the back nine now. With his power, the back nine could be a birdie fest. And we have a look at Cooch, Karandeep Singh, Karandeep Kochar. This putt should break a little bit to his right. Downhill, not too difficult because there's a gradual slope. The gradient is not too steep, so look for him to make this putt. He's a very good putter from that range of between 10 to 20 feet. Has exemplary speed control, and speed control is paramount in these putts. I think I spoke too soon, unfortunately, missing that putt, and he too would just make par. After that brilliant shot, none of these players was able to capitalize. If he feels a little dejected, I'll let that one slide by. And now we head over to the back nine on this penultimate day. Gaganjit Singh Bhullar still leading the proceedings at 12 under par, closely followed by Chikarangappa and Abhijit Singh Chadha at 11 under par. Karandeep Kochar, who we saw, is at level par for the day and two shots behind the leader. Shamim Khan has quietly crept up on the leaders. He's at 9 under par total and 4 under for the day. Then you have Rashid Khan, 3 under for the day, 8 under for the tournament. You have Jamal Hussain hanging in there at 1 under for the day and 8 under for the tournament. Definitely in the mix of things. I think anybody who's within 5 shots has a very good chance. 7 shots may be a little bit of an outside shot, but 5 shots is you're very much in the fray. As we look at that flag, seems to be fluttering a little more than it did. Maybe that's a sign. I don't know if that what that portends, but that could definitely mean a lot more wind on that back nine, making things a little more tricky for the players. And if it's favorable wind, as it seems to be tailwind here on the ninth, you could it could be left to right wind on the 10th hole, so that make things a little more difficult on the back nine. And even the par 5 16th would play right to left wind. So maybe the 13th hole, the par 5, the players would have the wind at their back, and you might see a few eagles on hole number 13. The wind does play a big factor. Let's see if it will factor into deciding the eventual champion. And for those of you who are live with us right now, I'd like to tell you that we're live at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022, presented by Take. The tournament is being played at the Chandigarh Golf Club, and the prize fund for this tournament is the highest thus far this season. It's 1.5 CR, so there's a lot of money to play for, with over 24 lakh going to the winner. There is also the added bonus of world ranking points for the top 5 players, and that helps them move up in those very valuable world ranking roster. Currently, we played 45 holes of this tournament. Each tournament comprises of 72 holes, and the winner is declared at the end of round 4. The player with the lowest score in golf, the The lower you play, the better it is. And then for those of you who are not acquainted with the game of golf, I'll try and do my best to just run you through a little bit of a crash course about the game of golf. It comprises of 18 holes. Each hole has a par attached to it. Par is a score that you must take. It's stipulated by the golf course. Normally, you have a par 4, 5, and 6. Par 4 basically means that you must take 4 shots to complete this hole. What I mean by complete is you put the ball in the teeing ground, you tee off from there, and then you reach the green, and then you take 2 putts on the green. The putting surface is normally closely mown, as you can see on your screen. That's without blemish. The putting surface is supposed to be very pure, and when you hit it with a putter, it rolls end over end consistently. And the fairways are also closely mown, but at a higher height, and players hit from there. Obviously, so you have, you have, indented surface with divots and so on and so forth. So that's how the green is there for putting. And as you do this over a duration of 18 holes, you come up with a score. If you take one more than the required shot, it's called a bogey, and you get a +1 for that. If you take one less, you get a -1. So, and if you take two less, a -2, which is also called an eagle. So, professional golfers or all golfers hope to take as few shots as possible, and the lower your score is, the score is tabulated after 4 days, and the lowest score wins. As I say, golf is normally referred to as a game of opposites. If you want to hit the ball high, then hit down on it. If you hit the top head of the ball goes low. So, and often in the game of golf, if you try too hard, you don't quite succeed. So it's one of those games where you have to just let things flow, and your preparation comes to the fore. You can't quite use smoke and mirrors and come up with a brilliant performance. Not more often than not, as we have a look at the other groups come through on hole number 9.
Today was the biggest highlight of my golfing career, or my golfing life. There is no career around it though. Playing with Jeev, I played with Jeev earlier as well, but playing with you as UV as well. So two greats of their own sports. UV trying his hand at golf. It's a 320-yard drive. He is trying to be straight as much as he can, but he is an amazing golfer, and I think it was a pleasure playing with him.
As we are back with all of the live action here from the Chandigarh Golf Club, you're watching the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take. This is the PGTI, and we are here now live from the studios. Kaganjit Bhullar leads the way at 12 under par. Chikkarangappa is following at 11 under par alongside Abhijit Singh Chadda.
Caught us a little unawares. I was on my phone.
What were you doing on your phone?
Looking at the scores. So yes, as we look at the scores, fantastic golf being displayed by the players here today. Huh, Rahul?
Yeah, one of the things that we haven't done yet is call out the number. Remember? That's another tradition that we have to do. What's your number this week?
My champion is leading.
Oh, that's
Mind you.
Leading.
Yeah. My champion
Not finished yet.
I think the number for this week is 16.
16. Well,
I think
that was pretty much the number on my mind. So
16 is, I think 16 is a good number.
Are you going with a 16 plus minus 2 or 16 it is?
I think if we start doing plus minus, then it's not a number. I mean, we just have to call a number. I would have gone with 17, but I think 16 is good enough because things might get a little more difficult. It might even reach 20, but I feel that normally the brakes are applied somewhere on the final day. Things start getting a little tougher. And I really am still a little confused as to, did I play the same golf course? It was extremely difficult. And
now I'm really wondering what the number will be because I have to give one number which opposes yours. And 16 was really the number on my mind.
So I think you're going to go higher now. You're going to go at 17? No, but
I think I'll just take, I'll take 17 because I'm not seeing a...
I don't think it's going to be a 17 because you're looking at the other players, they're at, they're single digits and it's going to be tough for anyone to shoot a 7 under par here on the final day.
All right, I'll go with 17.
Oh, very good. A brave man. There's nothing here. I think
don't play it as safe as you do I?
Yes. I'm a little safe, I realized. And when I tried to, change that and I said, I'm going to hit driver, it didn't work out too well for me.
That's because you were trying it after 5 years.
Exactly. On 9th hole, I stood up with a driver. Earlier, I had my rescue. I was playing the round of rescue. I said, no, let's throw caution to the wind. I stood there with a driver. I said, I'm going to fade it. I double crossed and hit a duck hook onto the 7th hole. So that's what happens. So stick to what you do well. If you're a safe player, please keep playing it safe. Don't try to be something you're not. That's my...
Well, I think you have to really be in tune with what kind of personality you have. And I think the only way to go is either you should be completely aggressive, which is, which is like just an aggressive mindset. But ideally, I would say you have to be more like a passive-aggressive kind of a golfer where you...
Passive-aggressive?
Yes, passive-aggressive.
That's a very deep term.
Actually, I actually feel that
most golf accused courses, of being that.
Most golf courses actually, they want you to get your ball into the fairway first. And after you're in the fairway, then you can be aggressive with your second shot, depending on what kind of club that you have in your hand.
You are into the fairway, my friend. Just about getting in the fairway is not good enough.
Yeah.
We're not talking about weekend warrior golf here. We're talking about the best in the country and the world.
Even for them, it's the same thing. You have to keep put a good drive into the fairway. And of course, a good player already knows that he or she has to give themselves a chance from a certain yardage or inward, and I think most of the players, anything 160 yards and in will be quite aggressive with their approach shots. And if you can put yourself into 160 yards and in, I think it's time for you to get aggressive with your second shots.
Or maybe it's time for you to head over to PGT of India and sign up for the Q School.
No, I'm not doing
try
that.
Your hand at the roulette. And for those of our viewers who want to compete on the women's tour, you can also do that. There's a professional qualifying for them as well, so it's open to everyone. I think if you feel you're good enough, I would say take the dice and throw it. Is the roll of the dice, my friend.
Take the dice. Take is also the sponsor this week of the tournament.
That's what
I think you intended a pun there, didn't you?
I did, but it worked out that way.
I think
that's what happens when you...
The sponsors would be pretty happy with that, though.
That's what happens when you keep talking non-stop. But it's so exciting to watch this golf. I'm still, one of the most important things, and I, come back to my round. I said, I really want to see, this tournament is coming up. I want to see the condition of the golf course and how difficult it is. I said, are there many birdie holes? I did hit some great shots, and I thought it's not that easy that they make me look. But what's the difference? Is it the players are able to get the ball in the fairway? You're right. If you're not in the fairway, you just cannot make birdies.
Absolutely.
You have to hit a minimum of 12 greens per round, I feel.
You
Otherwise,
know,
you can't compete.
it's very simply put. Only if you're in the short grass can you actually compress the ball enough and attack flag locations. If I can give you all the the laser techniques in the world to use, but if you're not in the short stuff, you really can't benefit much from that yardage knowledge that you're gaining from that rule change that happened. So definitely being in the short stuff, get attacking with your approach shots, and I mean, there's the showcase on the leaderboards week in and week out that
No, I
we
was just
see.
I was just
You
thinking.
week in and week out the leaderboards that we see. You if you're not out there making birdies or thinking birdies, you're going to struggle to survive the tour.
Think birdies and make birdies are two different things, my friend. I always
They're
think
not actually.
I always think birdie, but make bogey.
Well, you'll only make the birdies if you think the birdies. So just you can try the opposite if you like, but I can assure you that will
What
turn
must
into a
I
double
do?
bogey.
What must I do to make birdies? Please don't tell me how to think birdies. Please tell me how to make birdies.
Okay, first start thinking about birdies.
Okay.
And after that, find out why you can't make birdies.
So
And then you
have
can
it,
start to make
there you
them.
have, ladies and gentlemen. These are the tips, right, from our champion, the Asian Games medalist. I am in rarefied air. The man who hits it 300, who used to, my
Used to.
apologies, now probably closer to 200. No, I'm kidding. He still be able to belt the ball out. You know, you were also called Cabrera. I believe you were a
Yes.
long hitter at one point in time. Where did all that long hitting prowess go? It just disappeared.
I think
Where it gone?
I think when you turn professional at some point of time, you start to sort of ease down. You understand the importance of hitting the fairway. I used to hit it 300 plus yards, but I also used to miss a ton of fairways. So I used to be super erratic in terms of my scoring. I could go a 6 over one day, and I could also go a 6-7 under the other day. So that's a big
A little
problem when
bit-
you're playing
a
pro
little
golf.
bit like our professional Arjun Puri
Yeah,
at
but-
DLF
but-
golf course.
but really speaking,
a 14 over, then an 8 under.
But in all the reality, leaving aside all the jest in the conversation, if you are not a consistent ball striker off the tee on the pro tours, and if you're going to play erratic golf, which is 78 and then a 66, it's going to be tough for you to survive the tour.
But I
you
think
have to be
you
really
must
consistent with
have
it.
the ability to shoot a 66.
Definitely.
I also come back to the point. Even if you're erratic, but you have the ability to shoot those numbers, I would suggest you have it in you to be a
100%.
professional.
100%.
As opposed to just shooting 74s all the
Yes.
time. If you have the ability of going deep, I think that's good.
So there is no denying that, Shaurya. Really, we all, it's very well visible that shooting a 66 or a 64 has to be in your arsenal. But at the same time, the point really was how hitting the fairways is important, right? So even if you have to dumb yourself down in terms of yardage by about 10 yards or so, if you can gain the accuracy, go from, let's say, a 40% accuracy to a 70% accuracy because of that 10% loss, uh, you will at least get more and more opportunities to put yourself on the green to have a birdie. The length that I was trying to get at the time playing amateur golf, I would be in the rough so very often that getting it close to the hole on a green was very difficult from those situations.
I think, obviously, I mean, I've come to the conclusion to be a good professional, whether you're playing on the men's tour or the women's tour, you must hit more than 12 greens out of 18.
Definitely.
Your green
Definitely.
in
I think 12
regulation
should be
must
on your low day.
Your green in regulation average, even the best players in the world, I think they average about 65%.
13 greens
So
is the
13
average.
is about 70%. So
Yeah.
but I would say if you can beat 12, which is 66.6666.
Yeah, 12 is should be your bad day on greens in
I mean,
regulation.
if you're average 12, that means some days you'll be at 14, those days
Definitely.
you'll definitely make a lot
Definitely. In
of
fact,
birdies.
there are a lot of golfers who actually hit 16, 17 greens a day.
Yes, and
Yeah.
and
So if your low side is around 12 and your
Yes.
high side is around 16, 17, I think that's the number that
but
you're
then
really
you're,
trying to achieve.
but then you're higher than the PGA Tour. The PGA Tour's average is 70% of greens hit, which is about 12.6 or 12.5.
Yes, that's what I said. 13 greens.
So
right?
13 is amazing. I
Yeah.
mean, if you can average 13, then just
Then you're on the good
then
side
get
of
a
things.
ticket, get a plane ticket, a one-way ticket to the United States of America. Go for the PGA Tour qualifying because you are that good. If you can average 13 greens on a championship golf course every day, I think if you're playing this Chandigarh golf course, able to hit 12, 13, 14 greens, I'm sure that like Gaganjeet Bhullar would hit 15 greens, 16 greens. So that gives you so many birdie opportunity, and that tells you that you are in the correct place. So you don't always have to be a long hitter. I mean, not like it's a choice. I mean, if you aren't a long hitter, please do hit fairways. I feel out of 14, If you can hit 10 fairways every day, 10 or more, you are in money country all the time.
So really, to put this into perspective for the viewers who might be listening to this conversation, which can seem a little bit whacked out in its own way for a few seconds in the middle, but a good understanding of what length can do for you and how you can utilize it is what Chadha did here on the ninth hole earlier. He used a driving iron, probably a 3 or a 2 iron, off the tee box, and that's how you really use length to your advantage. So you place yourself into the fairway at a right spot to be able to get an approach shot into the green, which is a birdieable opportunity. While from the tee box, he's actually picked up a shorter club than his other playing partners, but still be in a similar spot as them. And that's how you use long hitting. I think as a youngster, you tend to just use long hitting as just a driver.
Talking about long hitting, the opposite is short hitting, which is visible on our screen. Mithun Pereira, the shortest hitter in the field, but he's been able to hang in there. He's at 1 under, but then he has that supernatural ability from within 150 yards. So there's more way than one to get this done, but you really have to be on top of your game. Now let's see his short game here on 18.
Really speaking, you have to have a conversation with Mithun Pereira to understand how difficult it has been for
Ball
him.
is not visible. Has it disappeared into the hole, or where has that gone? He seems to be smiling.
Well, he's always
He
smiling.
seems to be smiling. Can the camera pan to the left and kill that mystery for us? Keeping us guessing.
Well, Mithun is always smiling.
I don't think he would have. He's walking back. He's smiling. He's taking off his glove. Has he hold it? Mithun,
A bit of a mystery, that seems.
Mithun, if you can hear us, please help us out. A little bit of a cue. Maybe raise a finger. We'll soon find out.
Mithun Pereira, really a man made out of some superb scoring skills. He really can win a ton of golf tournaments. Like
You know,
we've
it
spoken so much,
surprises me.
like we've spoken so much about length and all that. If he had length coupled with the kind of short game skills that he has, he'd be unbeatable, right? There's a lot of tournaments he's unable to, put himself into the top position only because of his length. Otherwise, he's really pulling out the best out of his game that he really can.
I think all kudos to him that he can compete with players who hit 100 yards beyond him. And that's not an exaggeration. If you put him and Abhijit Chadha, there's a 100-yard difference. So he still has that ability. For me, I think as far as mental strength goes, he's one of the best. It takes a lot to be able to compete when you're at such a, you're not at an even playing field. The game is so much more easier for the longer, even the average hitters. And
So what
that's
do you
why
do with the
he's-
length of career? What do you do with the length of career now?
I mean,
I mean, a Chadda, when he drops down a distance, when he gets a little older, maybe what's the drop going to be like? He's going to drop down to an average distance at
I
best.
think he will probably, like, if you look at Jyoti Randhawa, he's a great example. All these long hitters have longer careers. Nobody thinks of that.
So that's exactly what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
the longer hitters.
That's exactly what I'm
yes.
talking about. Then what does a person like
So-
Mithun do though?
So he will. I mean, it's very difficult for him.
Exactly
they
my
have to
point.
make hay while the sun shines.
Exactly my
There are
point.
no two ways about it because
Yeah.
the game will always keep progressing towards length. You see, Jyoti Randhawa, because of his prodigious length and fitness, is competing at the age of 50. Abhijit Chadha, even at the age of 50, will be one of the longer hitters because golf, you don't really lose that length that quickly if you keep yourself in good shape. Like you maybe lose 10%. But what happens is that the other abilities, your short game becomes a little worse because the nerves catch up and so on and so forth. But what happens to a shorter hitter? He keeps losing length. He already doesn't have much to start with, and then it becomes impossible. So you always see the shorter hitters, the longevity of career is also not that much because they're always operating at 100%. It's like you trying to use a 100 horsepower car against a 200 horsepower car. When you're always running, you always put the foot on the gas, and then you run out of petrol eventually, and that's what happens to shorter hitters because they're always at 100% trying to hit the ball hard, like you saw a longer hitter Abhijit Chadha hitting an iron on hole number 9. So, but I don't think a player should think about longevity when he's turning professional. Many players, the best of careers in other sports, they're done and dusted by the time they're 34, 35. So if you can make a dent, even if you're a short hitter, have 10, 15 amazing years, that can make up for those later years when you can actually become a commentator.
Today was the biggest highlight of my golfing career or my golfing life. There is no career around it though. Playing with Jeev, I played with Jeev earlier as well, but playing with UV as well. So two greats of their own sports. UV trying his hand at golf. It's a 320-yard drive. He is trying to be straight as much as he can, but he is an amazing golfer, and I think it was a pleasure playing with him.
हमारा कैमरा कौन सा है? ये जी मेरे वाला कैमरा का नंबर क्या है?
Back onto the golf course now, staring into the hazard onto the 18th hole, but
Staring into the abyss here. Looks like a wonderful place to be, as far as not on the golf course.
as long as you were looking at it only in blue color, it was fine. As soon as you can see the flag is put up right near it, I think it starts becoming a daunting sight.
Nice flag here on 18, close to the water hazard. Inviting, yet a little dangerous as well. You think players would be taking this flag on?
A lot of players will be taking this flag on, although the best position to be is 10 feet left of the flag over here. On our screen now is Kshitij Naved Kaul, who has jumped up to a tie for 8th position with a 2 under par on his scorecard today and a 6 under par in all. As the leader is still Gaganjeet Bhullar alone at 12 under par, Karandeep Kochar at 11 under par, Chikka Rangappa and Abhijit Chadda at 10 under.
As we have a look at hole number 18 here on our screens. Interesting flag pin position. Tempting the players to go for it.
So you just tell me what club did you hit on the 18th hole when you played last week?
Our viewers are not
For
privy
your
to that information.
Sanar reunion match that you played.
I would rather not talk about that final hole. It was a very painful one. I actually that prompted me to think about life. I had an 8 iron, and after
I think you spent the entire 6 hours during that round just thinking about life, it seems.
yeah, so I'm just seeing these players. They have nothing more than 80 yards or 70 yards. So obviously, good thing. I'm just warming this bench here. The sheets. But I was quite disappointed. I thought I might have maybe a pitching wedge. I really hit a good high cut. Oh, to my defense, it was headwind, but I was very disappointed. It's maybe something to do with the driver. I feel it's
Maybe.
About club fitting, my friend.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe you did go for club fitting just a day
No.
before you left.
I think he gave me an X shaft, so that didn't quite work for me.
Okay. I think you should make it your X shaft now.
Yes, EX shaft. That's what we're talking about. As we have a look at Kshitij, who seems like he could throw the ball onto the green from here. No 8 iron for him. Maybe seems all of 70 yards. Just open that club face, turn that body, or keep that club face open through impact, spin it, and win it. Will he do that with his Bryson DeChambeau setup? He seems ready with the arms extended wide. And that's a big divot.
Really getting that ball high up in the air, probably chopping some yards off it. Does he have
That's a big divot. And where's the ball?
no splash of water as well?
Mayday, mayday.
Well, it seems like our camera person is also confused as to where this golf ball has landed up. That is one golf ball, but is that Kshitij Naved Kaul or not? We will find out very, very soon. Oh, there's another golf ball there
Yes.
as well, which is O.P. Chauhan.
So he's fine. Played a little safe towards the left. Percentage golf.
Veer Alawat also is playing in this group while we await. Probably found himself in the woods on the left side, it seems. Well, much more of a, smarter approach to be placing your golf ball left of the flag over here, even if you have a shorter club in, maybe 10 feet left of the flag, probably is
Yeah, I think
ideal.
that's where you must try and place yourself, because it's an easy putt from there, left, right, putting against the grain a little.
Yeah, I think it's going tied uphill also from there,
Yes.
so you can be more aggressive with your putter. Veer here striding up onto the green on the 18th hole. This is the final hole for this group. Veer Alawat, who is currently at a tie for 17th position with a total score of 5 under par on that leaderboard, with 2 birdies and 1 bogey on the scorecard today, playing a steady round of 1 under par. Jyoti Randhawa has dropped 2 shots on the back nine and has now dropped himself at a total score of 5 under. As we take a look at Ravi Kumar on the 17th, the drivable par 4.
Not really drivable.
Not by your standards.
Not really drivable, my friend. I figured it was about 330 to get there. I obviously took the safe route, hit a rescue from the left, and about 75, 80 yarder I had.
Are you sure? Did you manage with your hybrid to cover the trees?
I know I played left.
That would leave you with a 160 yard shot, by the way.
No, you're totally wrong, my friend.
No, I remember it very, very
It
clearly.
was the front line. Let me lie a little bit.
You're just making it sound like this green is 100 yards long.
No, just.
I mean, your
80.
lie's being caught red-handed. completely.
No, my friend, I was able to go over that last tree. I was planning to hit a little bit of
I
a.
wish the camera was on right now. You just see the sly smile on your face.
As they look at the reachable 17th hole, reachable for these players, not for mere mortals.
I think Arjun Bhati can very well reach this
Yes.
hole.
So I think, in all fairness, if it should be about 330 to the front end, 335 minimum.
It is definitely about 320 plus, but a high fade into this hole. A lot of players can get it up to the green edge at least. A lot of them, in fact. I think maybe maybe a good 60% of the field can reach up very close to the green, at least within 30 yards of the green.
Within 30. So you're
Within
talking
30
about
for sure.
within 30, but not
sure.
to hit the green. You need to carry those trees. You need to have 310 yards of catch.
So till the edge, I think guys like Chadda, Bhati, these guys can reach up to the edge.
Yes.
But most of the players do reach within 30 yards.
They'll stand left, 50 yards left, and just hit a cut and be about 35 yards.
Yeah.
Look at those fancy shoes. Who do they belong to?
Miguel Ángel Jiménez.
So it looks like he's borrowed them. Veer has borrowed those shoes from Miguel.
I think the only person who used to wear these shoes till a few years back until they started being available in regular shops.
I remember for us, these kind of shoes were extremely expensive. You would be really lucky to own one of these pairs of shoes. Oh, Rahul smiling. Obviously, he had a lot of them. Fancy, posh Rahul.
Very, very posh. Ain't I?
We have a look at Kshitij after that drive, which I think was long, but I'm confused. I really need to get my perspective right on distance. I'm a little confused after playing this golf course. I shouldn't have. A couple of misgivings about not hitting the ball that long now. Now let's see if that goes in the hole. Should be straightforward left right putt for this player.
And no, it doesn't.
Very short. Gaganjit Bhullar still coasting, enjoying a one-shot lead, enjoying his afternoon walk on this wonderful golf course. Leaving that putt short as well. Seems they're obviously putting against the grain from that left-hand side. Need to give that a little more. We saw that on hole number 17 as well when the players were putting to that flag on the left. Uphill putts, somehow the players are leaving them short. Could give them a little bit more of a whack to get all the way there. Veer cleaning up for his par here on hole number 18. The customary handshake. Kshitij now with call. Veer Alawat and Om Prakash Chauhan. A very promising group indeed as we have a look at our leaders here on hole number 10, the par 4. It's again a tricky little par 4. A lot of these players would have been teeing off with a 3-iron and maybe going with an 8-iron after that. Karandeep currently at 11 under par here at hole number 10 with what appears to be a birdie attempt. So important to not shoot yourself out of the tournament and still stay somewhere around the leaders when things are not going your way, especially on a difficult golf course like this. It's important to sort of wait for your chances and be patient. Karandeep now holding his birdie putt right in the hole, and there's a fist pump. Beautiful putt by Karandeep, moving him to 12 under par. You can see that it meant a great deal to him, that birdie. Finally making a birdie after a long time.
Close to 12 under par. So a little while ago here on the 10th, now we look at Abhijit Singh Chadda, who it appears is putting for par here. Chadha would go on to make a 5 here on the 10th hole. This was just a little while ago, ladies and gentlemen, as the leader group has now moved on to the 12th hole. We are taking a look at some of the action that transpired on the golf course just a few minutes ago. Take a look now at Gaganjeet Bhullar, the leader for the tournament, currently at 12 under par. Gaganjeet Bhullar saving a par here on the 10th hole. Karandeep Kochar, only one in this final group to have made a birdie on the 10th.
Going on to hole number 11, the par 3. I think this par 3 is a birdie opportunity for a lot of these players, only coming in maybe with a 6 or a 7 iron.
Well, the tee shot I think is a little bit difficult because coming from about 180, 190 yards off the green, I think that makes it a little bit challenging. The green, though, in length isn't so deep, so which makes it a little bit difficult to hit your iron shot absolutely accurately, dropping it onto the green. Although I think once you're on the green, because green is fairly flat, the lines aren't too much on this green, which
Exactly.
gives the player, even a 25 footer, has a good chance of making it to the bottom of the cup.
I'm saying it because I hit it to about 18, 20 feet when I played that hole. So I hit a
So
6 iron.
basically, if you miss the green, it becomes a tough hole. If
Yes,
you, if
yes,
you hit the
absolutely,
green,
yes.
it becomes an easy goal.
Absolutely. It's
Nice.
my way
The
or the highway.
next time you miss the green on this hole, then this becomes a tough hole.
Yes, that's how it
That's
works.
how it
That's
works.
how
Right.
our commentary also works. It's
Right.
all about personal experiences and extreme bias.
Amazing. Now, who's going into philosophy now? What do you think it's about experience?
Yes, my friend, as we look at hole number 18, let's see how far they've hit it.
Experience makes life. There's Shamim Khan and Jyoti Randhawa playing alongside Sarthak Chibbar. Sarthak Chibbar has found himself in elite company in this penultimate round here.
Jyoti Randhawa dropping a few shots, unfortunately, not able to keep form going over the back nine, dropping 2 shots on that back nine and moving back to 5 under par for the tournament. I was hoping that he'd trend the other way. That'd be quite the experience for Sarthak today. Shamim Khan, 4 under, 9 under for the tournament. He's played a lot of golf alongside Jyoti Randhawa. Shamim has always been a top performer and towards the top end of the leaderboard for the better part of almost 2 decades, it seems like now.
Shamim Khan also. My apologies, that wasn't Shamim Khan. That was Badal Hussain from Bangladesh. A
My
complete
apologies as well.
misreading
Both
of.
of us were done in very similar gait and walk.
Seems like we've completely misread the line there.
Absolutely, I think.
Everyone with their laser binoculars shooting at the flag.
Makes things a lot easier, doesn't it? Cuts a lot of time. Otherwise, you're walking, pacing. But I think that's kind of unfortunate. That's one of those arts that
I think
there's
so.
one of those art of playing golf is you take your yardage, you calculate, and players taking out those books. There's a beauty to that.
I completely agree
There's
with
a
you.
beauty to a player, a good player. Always see these good players with the big books. They would take them out and then get their yardage. And now you don't have that. I think it's almost painful to watch. To be honest,
Wins-
you
wins-
like that. You like that art that was there.
Wins really picking up now at the Chandigarh club. I definitely agree with you, Shaurya. I like the traditional way of getting your yardages, understanding where to drop the ball, seeing how far in the flag location is, especially on the courses that we play in, mostly in Asia, especially in India, and a lot of the former side golf courses. You need to understand where to drop the ball, and I think you can only do that when you have a frontage yardage and a to the flag yardage from there. Although yes. Having a yardage laser does help, but I think it's got its own charm to understand where should I pitch the
Exactly. I
ball
think that's one of those
vis-a-vis.
skills.
Yeah,
That was one of the skills that we should judge even our good caddies by. They would
Definitely.
know the yardages. They would know their player, what yardage they must pitch it to. And it's just, I think, it's one of those things that maybe technology having gone too far, to be honest with you. I mean, it does speed things up. So it's one of those things that you can sort of discuss till the end of time.
Sarthak Chibba now for his second shot on the 18th hole.
Big drive by Sarthik here, only leaving himself about 70 odd yards.
Sarthak Chibbar playing a little bit of tumble down there on that leaderboard today, currently at 3 over par for the day and 1 under for the tournament. Not having the best of outings for himself.
But that's a decent shot. Just towards the front right of the green, just about carrying that water hazard, and now he'll have that for a makeable birdie.
Flirting with trouble, isn't he?
Jyoti Randhawa has already executed his shot.
Badal Hussain also having an over par round today, currently at 2 under par for the tournament, 2 over on the day today. A couple of players losing out some steam there from their under par numbers. Shamim Khan and Rashid Khan, of course, using the penultimate day and the moving day absolutely in an apt fashion. Sarthak Chibbar from the edge of the green, actually just about flying that hazard, but now has a good chance to actually make a chip in. That's very much makeable distance for a chip. Jyoti Randhawa, who's hit himself on the 18th hole, about 20 feet past the flag location, again on to the right side, really flirting with that flag location, wasn't he? So was Sarthak Chibbar. Badal Hussain seems to have taken a more prudent approach and hit it off to the fat side of the green, as they say. Sarthak Chibbar now coming from off the green using a wedge. Did he get it? Did he get it? Absolutely stunning work done there by Sarthak Chibbar, making that chip in on the last hole, the 18th, to save one shot on that bunch of drop shots by him on the course today. Superb shot there by Sarthak Chibbar. Very well making use of that opportunity from off the green. Now would finish at a total score of 2 under par for the tournament. As we now pan ourselves and take a look at Jyoti Randhawa. Jyoti Randhawa, who turned the front nine today at 33. Back nine is currently at 2 over par for the day and 5 under in all for the tournament. With the 1 under on his total score today, Jyoti Randhawa for birdie on the 18th hole. Coming from about 25 feet over the flag location, slight downhill to the hole, should break a little bit from the left to the right and gets a little bit from the left to the right towards the hole. And yes, it does, but it doesn't make it in. Seems like probably read that a little bit too much. It does straighten out there towards the end of the hole, end of that putt down that slope. Badal Hussain now for his par on the last. Unfortunately, Badal Hussain would not go on to save that par on the last hole, would drop further down at 1 under par now for the tournament. Take a look now at Ravi Kumar Arjun Bhati coming on to the 18th hole. Looking at their approach shots now as they wait for their fellow pro to hit along.
A sight that I'm quite familiar with, seeing players exasperated in their wait while I'm on the green. Arjun Bhati seems like he couldn't hit this shot sooner enough. Doesn't quite like waiting. Nobody does. But the hole is empty. What are they waiting for?
I think they're waiting for their fellow player who is stuck a little bit behind them. If you can tell, there's a third player who is about 50, 60 yards behind them. I think he must have hit a tree. Yeah, that's... Before I make an error, let me just check. Is that Shamim Khan or not? Yes, that is very well Shamim Khan. Coming up to the front edge of the green here on the 18th hole. Looks like he wasn't able to cut that ball enough from the left side of the 18th and probably hit a tree and dropped off over there. Shamim Khan now making his way onto the front edge. Next to hit off from this group on the 18th hole for his second shot, Ravi Kumar.
Ravi Kumar practicing a little bit of a cut across motion. Maybe he wants to start 15 or 20 feet left and then work its way back towards the flag pin position. That's the ideal shot here. Avoid the hazard. Hit a little bit of a spinning left to right shot. Pitch it. And maybe get some birches onto the right hand side.
फॉलो कर रहे हो क्या?
Oh, that's
too.
never a good sign.
He's not happy with that one at all.
That could be a... Oh, that's fine.
That'll work.
I think he has a flair for the dramatic, does he?
Maybe. But, that'll work for now. I think he double crossed that one. Like you said, he was trying to fade that one, but he probably double crossed it and pulled that one a little bit. Arjun Bhati, not wasting time.
Arjun Bhati putting a lot of spin on that one.
Spinning that one.
I believe he hits it far, Arjun. Also, hits it well over 300 yards.
Well, there you go. Arjun Bhati would be about 25 feet left of the hole. And
In
so
fact,
is Ravi Kumar.
when he was a junior, we actually traveled to the same. He was playing that. I had just gone for helping my friend out with that US tournament in North Carolina. I forget that US kids or something. I don't quite remember. But we were staying at the same place, and I saw his work ethic as a young child. I was quite impressed at that point in time. So, and his parents are also really invested in his game, and very good values that this kid has, and I think he has a great career ahead of him.
Absolutely. I think, Arjun has been working very hard on his fitness starting from a very early age, working on his game very much from an early age. So I think, those things are going to pay their dividends going on now in his professional career. And you're absolutely correct. I've, been fortunate enough to meet his father a couple of times, and you can tell the kind of values that he must be instilling in him are going to make him a fine gentleman.
Yes, most definitely. Shamim here on hole number 18. Look for this to be close.
Really making a big backswing on that one, but sort of just left the club on the ball there.
Seems to be a little confused by the outcome.
Shamim, known for his wedge play and his chipping putting prowess. Of course, never to miss a fairway off a tee box. Probably the first fairway I've ever seen him off. Really solid in all aspects of the game.
He should be able to make that putt, normally very good from within 10 feet and inside.
Well, realistically speaking, Shamim actually has been struggling with his putting now for over a year, and that is, that's the reason that we don't see him enough in the top tens and the top fives these days. It's not like anything else in his game has really gone off. It is his putter which has gone slightly cold on him. It did pick up some sort of steam. I'm not certain which tournament it was. Rahil Gangji now.
On hole number 17.
Gangji, another player who can actually reach this green, very close to it for sure.
But he has opted to go with the 3 wood, it seems.
Bajrang Mane.
This will be perfect for Anil Mane. He likes to bleed it from the left to the right and just stand maybe 60 yards left of the green. Let it cut to about 40 odd yards. Very consistent with that fade of his. Oh,
Not too happy with that one. Seems like he's pulled it off a little bit to the left side. Yeah, getting on the left side of this fairway is trouble country for anyone. You leave it into the right rough, you can still might even get a shot into the green. But if you leave it into the left rough, it's almost like a jail there.
yes. Then you need to get out of jail card. Let's see if Sandeep doesn't. Hopefully, does not need that. I think but the shot here would be a fade, right? Just stand left and just let the ball fade. If you
Yep.
catch it really well, it fades less and goes longer. If you cut it weak, still is in the fairway. That I think
Yes.
is the play.
I think ideally, if someone could, aim themselves about 50 yards left of the green and have like a little bit of a power fade into it, that would be the ideal shot, I would reckon, on this hole. But you better make sure, in fact, that you catch the middle of the club face because not enough carry will land you into trouble on this hole.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The way to play that 17th hole and play it in style.
There we have it. All smiles and all thank yous going around that 18th green. Players respecting each other. They are the pure etiquettes of the game of golf. Shamim Khan has a bit of work to do here for his 8-footer for a par on the last.
But should be a fairly straightforward putt.
I think this one's going to break a little bit from his right to the left. I think the grain does go from the left to the right over here, but there is enough slope from the right to the left. Probably a right inside or right edge putt, and probably needs a clutch effort here. Let's take a look at Shamim. Shamim on the leaderboard currently is at 4 under par for the day. Yep, he is at 4 under par for the day and 9 under par for the tournament. So I think he's most likely going to be making this putt. Stay strong up there. Just 3 shots off the pace going into the final round. Shamim Khan, if he ends up making this putt. Come on, pace it up, man.
That's a lot that we're seeing from players.
Yeah.
Maybe leaving putt short this week. Maybe
Absolutely.
we're not able to gauge the speed of the green or something. Is definitely a miss. That's a
I think-
disastrous bogey for Shamim after that round. We would not be happy to make bogey.
Absolutely. I mean, for the kind of round that he has put together today, that will be a bit of a downer for him to end the round. But, very unlike Shamim, like I was saying earlier, sometimes when you're struggling with a certain part of your game, it's just difficult to trust it enough in a pressure situation, I guess. Overall, a lot of players we've seen today have left some of the uphill putts short. Maybe they're not able to trust that enough, that the amount of hits that it might require. The green speeds hovering around 8.2 this week at the Chandigarh Golf Club.
Yeah, when it's around 8 point, anything below 9, especially between that range between 8 and 9, it looks quick, but you still need a deliberate hit on them. So, yes, that is a definite factor. Yes, the greens have been about 8.7, 8.2, so 8.5 maybe as an
I
average.
think on average 8.5 is what you're looking at.
So 8.5 is a little on the slower side, maybe just about. Normally you have 9 is medium fast. Above anything above 10 is quick territory, right?
Today was the biggest highlight of my golfing career or my golfing life. There is no career around it though. Playing with Jeev, I played with Jeev earlier as well, but playing with UV as well. So two greats of their own sports. UV trying his hand at golf. It's a 320-yard drive. He is trying to be straight as much as he can, but he is an amazing golfer, and I think it was a pleasure playing with him.
As we get back to the live action on the golf course here, that is Cullen Joshi. So take a look here, Cullen Joshi walking up onto the 18th hole now, hitting his second shot on this right side flag location. Cullen Joshi, who is playing alongside Angad Chima and Rashid Khan. Rashid from the left side of the fairway, just before that fairway bunker. He's coming from the thick stuff.
Should be an interesting angle on this hole coming out from that rough.
Absolutely.
Getting a sizable divot there. You'll soon find out where that ball has gone.
I think we've missed on seeing Angad Chima's shot onto the green as the players make their way onto the green here. Quick roundup of what is happening on the leaderboard here. Gaganjeet Bhullar leads the way at 12 under par. Chikkarangappa S and Karandeep Kochar at 11 under par. Abhijit Singh Chadda is behind by 2 shots at 10 under.
किधर है?
As the leaders are now going to be moving into 13th hole, which is the par 5, and then they'll have the 16th and the 17th and the 18th holes, all 4 holes which are birdie opportunities on the course. 14th and 15th, of course, lay a little bit of toughness over there. Not the 14th so much, but the 15th does get challenging, especially at the tee shot.
15th is a very challenging hole, my friend. Now you know where I'm going with this one.
I think
Yeah.
I think your memories from 2 weekends ago really
Yeah,
has
14th was
taken
a
a toll on you, hasn't
14th
it?
was a good hole for me. I had a
Did it
brilliant,
make you question your life choices again?
yes, it did. 14th, I had a brilliant 6-iron, about 15 feet over the flag, and I was flying.
Which team are you playing from again?
Back tee, my friend. Front flag.
6-iron.
Yeah, front right flag, a beautiful 6-iron. Yes, 205 yards, 6-iron. Now that's about the same distance I had my driver as well. So, but the 15th hole, I was confused. I said, I know, driver, I won't be able to hit it from the left. It won't carry. So I took a 3-wood and blocked it into the right tree. And chipped out and then hit a 6-iron.
So, last I remember, the 14th hole wasn't 205 yards. Why don't you tell us how long you actually hit your 6-iron?
How long was it? I think the front.
It's 182 yards to the center of the
It
green.
played long. It felt long. So it felt like 200 yards.
You're
So
caught yet again. Felt like 200
there
yards.
were no yardages, my friend.
Have you
I was-
started feeling like you're hitting your 6-iron at 200 yards now?
It was about 12 on, and I thought it's 190 to the
And
front.
you hit it about 12 feet, 15 feet past the hole, you said,
That
right?
was 200 yards.
So you actually hit it 205 yards because you were 15 feet past the hole.
Exactly. So that's
Superb.
what I'm telling you. I'm a long hitter now. Long iron and mid.
Only
long
for-
mid-iron hitter.
But only of your 6-iron, is it?
Exactly.
Only for the
But
6-iron.
that was a perfect shot, about 15 feet over the flag. And the next hole, as I told you, I tried to play safe. But
Rashid Khan not minding his ways again is flirting too much with the trouble.
he's a champion. That's what champions do. They're not afraid of impediments. Water,
let's see.
come hail, water, rain, sunshine, nothing will deter this man. I won't be surprised if that goes in the hole.
Well,
And
let's see.
I don't say that lightly. This, especially after he hits an errant shot, you can see that he often makes up for it. Let's see.
Let's see if Rashid can really hold that chip just like Sarthak Chibber did some time ago.
Seems like birdie territory. Yes. He has that special swilken touch around the greens, does Rashid. There's some discussion going on with the caddy.
Probably overplayed that line a little bit.
Good-
Pretty
good shot
decent effort
nevertheless.
though, nonetheless. I think his ball was a little more nestled down than Sarthak Chibber's was some time back, but Sarthak did a phenomenal job of holding that chip.
Good control, nevertheless.
Angad Chima putting here, I think for birdie, if I'm not wrong, his was the only ball which had found the putting surface here on the 18th hole in this group, but not
Not
making
gonna
it.
find the bottom of the cup.
Seems like he read it pretty similar to Shamim, maybe a little bit extra than him, but coming up from a slightly longer distance was Angad. Seems like he's a little confused that the ball didn't really turn the way he thought it would. Gaganjeet Bhullar has moved up now to 13 under par to lead the way all by himself as Karandeep Kochar follows by just one shot. There's a tight fight going on between your horse and mine.
Yes, we do bet on winning horses, and none of them are us. That is the beauty of that. Jeev Singh Buller at 13 under par. Everybody has really buried that 13th hole. It does play quite short.
2 eagles there as well. I think you can be rest assured that 13th hole is definitely playing around 4 as the average score on that hole.
Yeah, so a lot of the players would be, maybe some of the players can even get there with a 3-wood and a 5-iron. A lot of these long hitters would be going with a 3-wood just to get in there in the center of the fairway. As we have a look at Cullen here at hole number 18. Oh, again, leaving it short. There's something on these greens. The putts are not quite reaching. Especially in the afternoon, you would feel that the greens would roll a little quicker. Maybe the players are not quite gauging it. Whatever the reason may be, they're not holding those many putts as we are normally accustomed to seeing. Rashid Khan. The players making the most of that 13th hole.
Absolutely, and they should. Considering that if you can actually put your driver into the middle of the fairway or even just tad right of it, you're in a fine shape to attack that green. And if the flag location is a good one, then absolutely.
Yeah,
You should take an advantage of
I think these
a par
players
5,
would-
which
yeah.
does give you an iron in. If you hit a good drive onto that 13th hole, you could be hitting around a mid iron. Maybe a 7 and 8
Much
iron
shorter.
into the green.
I think
Yeah, some of the longer hitters could be
these long
hitting 9
hitters could
irons.
actually hit like a 7-8 iron.
That's
Like
what
somebody
that's
like
what I
Abhijit.
was saying.
A mid-length player probably hitting a 5-iron. Maybe drive a 6-iron, 5-iron.
That's what. So given that kind of clubbing, players, some of them would really be raring to go and take advantage of that. And why not? So be it.
Yes, absolutely. And then you have
Especially there's one of the par 5s which is extremely difficult to birdie over
yeah,
here,
totally.
which definitely plays
I think 16?
5 plus
Yes.
as its par.
I agree.
Right, so when you have that, and then you have one hole which sort of plays shorter, I think it just complements the entire golf course.
I think if you look at the finishing stretch, the 16th hole, 17th hole, and even to a certain extent 18th hole, they're birdie holes in a way that 18th you can get to about 20 feet.
What I really enjoy about this golf course is you're absolutely right about this last 3-hole stretch. What I absolutely like about this stretch is that it could go either way.
It could go either ways, yeah.
If you are hitting good shots, you could really make a birdie on 16th, 17th as well as on 18th. But if you would miss it on these holes, it could really go the other way around.
Yes.
So if a player is about even within 2 or 3 shots going into these final holes, and you have a shot here and a shot there going on these last 3 holes, things could just change
But the
completely.
16th hole, you think it's reachable for the medium length player? I think not.
Yeah, but a lot of medium length players can actually reach up around, let's say, within 60 yards of the green, and still give themselves a chance to make a pitch and putt.
Yeah, but a long hitter can just virtually guarantee a birdie just by knocking it on.
I don't think a birdie on the 16th is really guaranteed as such. You need to hit 2 really, really good shots, even as a long hitter, to get it up there, because the green plays uphill. So even if you have, let's say, a 275-yard shot to the front edge, that is still playing as a 280-yard shot to the front edge, even though it's straight up. But it's not the easiest green to reach. So I think if a long hitter does hit 2 really good shots is when he can get there. And if he does, that, ladies and gentlemen, is the 16th hole green for you. My apologies, the 13th hole green for you.
And that flag is towards the front left. I think that's probably one of the easier flags,
Yes.
because you can stand to the right and draw it. You don't really need to flirt with any.
Also, I think the reason that we are seeing a lot of birdies and eagles over here is that you can hit your second shot onto about 15 feet right of the hole, 20 feet right of the hole, and the ball would usually funnel off and feed off a little bit more towards the hole location. So you're looking at about a within 20 feet putt if you use that right slope to get it close to the hole.
Yes.
So that, of course, gives you a little bit of leeway for error, and that, of course, helps you when you're playing a second shot into any of the greens. Chikkarangappa has hit himself into the bunker here on the 13th, while Amrit Lal is short of the green. Akshay Sharma is on the green in 2 shots. This hole that we are seeing over here is this happened just a while ago. Amrit Lal coming up from the front of the green on the 13th. Amrit Lal has also been showcasing some superb golfing skills, as was that shot, giving himself just under 2 feet for a birdie on the 13th hole. Chikka coming up from the bunker here. This is a little bit of a smart bunker shot. You need to use the slope a little bit. You drop it short enough so that the slope can do the rest of the job for you. You don't want it to bounce too much. The ball must drop soft and let it release with the slope. And Chikka has done that absolutely beautifully, giving himself just about 4 feet from the right to the left to make that putt for birdie. This was just a few moments ago here on the 13th.
It's a perfect hole for a draw player. Hit a long drive, keep it on the right hand side, then have a mid iron. And the flag, I think even if you're in the bunker, it's sort of easy, just drop it towards the center of the green. The bunker shot's also easy. I think a very easy flag given this hole already is a short hole, so not even playing to its entire yardage owing to that front flag. A back right flag, I think, is when things get a little tricky on this hole.
Yes, I think so too. I think also the right top flag, what a nice
putt
putt
there.
by
Oh.
Akshay Sharma, almost making that eagle attempt here. Will have a little bit of work cut out for himself from about 6 feet away now. Well, I think the flag location, which is on the right side over the bunker, that probably is one of the tougher flags. Even the right top is okay. It's approachable because if you leave it short of the bunker or in the bunker, you have room to play with. But if your pin is just over the bunker, which it usually is on at least one of the days during the tournament, I think that is the one which is tough to get close to.
I agree.
Another pin on this hole, which is at the center back of the green. I think that also is a very approachable flag location. Could potentially see even more eagles over there. We've seen 2 eagles on the 13th today, and we've also seen 1 eagle by Varun Parekh on the second hole. Incidentally, Varun Parekh has made 2 eagles, one on the 2nd and one on the 13th, all in a day's work.
Get some of the chasing back. Chikka Rangappa making a few birdies and now moving up to 12 under par. Having a brilliant day at 4 under par is Chikka. Karandeep Kochar also getting along really well at 3 under par.
Superb putt there by Akshay Sharma to make a birdie here on the 13th hole. Just to apprise you all, ladies and gentlemen, who have just about joined us, ladies and gentlemen, junior golfers, boys and girls, this is the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take. We are at the Chandigarh Golf Club playing for a prize purse of 1.5 crore rupees. This is a 72-hole golf tournament, professional golf tour of India, sponsored by Take Solutions, and of course, the legendary name of Jeev Milkha Singh, the first Indian professional golfer to have a golf tournament named after him. This tournament has witnessed several playoffs. In all the 4 previous editions, it has always finished on a playoff. In 2018, Chikka Rangappa, the man on the screen right now, beat Karandeep Kochar on the first extra hole. In 2019, Ajitesh Sandhu beat Rashid Khan on the 4th extra hole. In 2020, Kochar beat Anirban Lahiri on the 3rd extra hole. And in 2021, Shiv Kapoor beat Rashid Khan on the first extra hole. What an interesting history of this event, isn't it? 4 years down the line, and all 4 years, this tournament has been won in a playoff. Never as an outright winner so far.
That's really interesting. It adds more to the allure of this tournament and the mystique, if you may, that no one has yet to win it outright.
That goes to say that if you and I both stuck around at 16 under par, we could have gone into a playoff and figured out who's going to win this one by going and playing one hole. And Chikka Rangappa making a superb birdie there on the 13th. Nice putt there on the 18th hole. Now back onto the live action here at the golf club as we move back from the action that happened earlier there on the 13th hole. That is Sandeep Singh cleaning up there after his chip. Sandeep Singh has tumbled down a lot on the leaderboard today with a scorecard of 2 over par and a total score of 5 under par. 5 under currently is at tie for 19th position. Just to explain to you the depth of the fields over here that you're looking at. A player who is on 10th position currently tied up. That is Adil Bedi, who is tied for 10th position, is at 6 under par for the tournament going on to the 17th hole.
So giving that all, that's a good finish there by Adil. Seems to have liked that drive.
Giving that one a big stick.
You know, the competition is so fierce in the PGTI. A prime example is Adil Bedi. He's already a winner on tour, but you know, an injury really derailed his progress, so as to speak. And now he's, you know, from the outside looking in, so as to speak. Whereas he's so prodigiously talented.
You look at Jamal Hussain Mola now from Bangladesh, currently at a tie for 5th position, playing to 1 under par for the day and 8 under par for the tournament. And mind you, he's the only person who's actually maintained his position today. He started at tie for 5 and still at tie for 5.
I have a feeling somebody's opened the wind turbines. Look at that.
Absolutely, look at that.
Look at that.
It does happen here.
I told you, there's a lot of headwind on each hole that I've played.
This
You
one's
would not
downwind,
believe
by
me.
the way. Please notice carefully.
Well, let me try and see what we can discern. I think, in all fairness, this should, if we had downwind, yeah, this could be downwind. You're right,
Oh,
Rahul.
it's really holding it back and launching it up in the sky with weight falling back on that back foot. Jamal Hussain Mola.
Giving that all, obviously, he has to. That's one of the things I said. You know, they're giving 110% now. You see,
Yeah, but Jamal really has to hit it high enough. Otherwise, he will not be able to fly it. At least not from an aggressive line. He probably can fly it from an area where he'll be left with an 80-yarder
yeah,
into
so he's
the green.
probably wanting to get closer now. That's the difference. Now you'll see the composure in the swing by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who's not having the best of days.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is currently at a tie for 20th position at a total score of 5 under par. We've seen this quite a few times now by Yuvraj, right? He hasn't really followed up his last week's performance. He
I
would
mean,
be looking
that
forward.
would be a little harsh. I think he's had brilliant 2 days. Not the best of days today, but I'm sure, knowing him,
Oh, I mean, he's
he could well. He's not.
he's
happy
won
with-
4 tournaments this year. That is no mean feat, by the way.
Not happy with that drive. But yes, I know what you mean. That, you know, when he's, that's also owing to the competition on PGTI. He's
I
5
also-
under par, and we are trying to find faults. That's how difficult the game is. You know?
I also feel that you know, like a guy with the caliber, a person with the caliber of what Yuvraj has been showcasing as a game, and I think the mightiest I've ever been impressed by him has been at the Jammu Tawi Golf Club, where he won by such a huge margin, and that golf course was so difficult, and he won by, I think, what, 9 shots, if I'm
Yeah,
not
but,
wrong.
yeah, I'll tell you, even the previous week, he was really impressive in the playoff. I thought we definitely going to a playoff, and the way he made that up and down. You know, he messaged me after that because of my commentary. He said, all of you were really rooting for a playoff. I said, no, we were rooting for you, but it was seeming likely. He really, you know, he was able to extract victory from the jaws of defeat.
You know, one of
He
the-
would have gone in for a 3-way playoff.
You know, one of the other holes that he was really impressive on was the tournament that he won at the Tolly Club with Viraj Madappa. And he holed that 30 or 35 footer from short of the flag location on the 18th hole. They were both tied for
Yes, I
the lead
remember
over
that,
there. And that was an absolute clutch putt, absolute phenomenally done. There was nothing there.
He has that X factor, you know, like maybe Rashid Khan has that. A few players have that when a tournament is, you know, when it's like crunch time, these players have that ability. Anirban Lahiri has that. You know, they do hold those putts, those long chips. And that's something that he can't quite teach, I think. Unless probably
No,
you
absolutely
can.
not.
No one
absolutely
else
not.
can actually teach that.
No, absolutely. The thing is that I know how difficult it is to back 1 week with the other, and that really always becomes difficult, and especially when you're playing on your home ground, it becomes even more tough when you think of it. So, having said that, you know, in fact, Panchkula also is probably a mini home ground for him of sorts, as he lives in this area and must be spending enough time over there as well. But also, you know, looking at a lot of these youngsters playing this tournament would be wanting to win this tournament because not only because it's their home course, but more importantly, you know, Jeev is someone that every golfer in this country looks up to. So, winning his tournament at your home soil would have its own charm altogether.
Yes, I'd say not just golfer, as every sportsman, I think.
Yep, absolutely.
As you have a look at Abhijit Chadha
N
having
Thangaraja, a special mention here for N Thangaraja from Sri Lanka, bogey free, 5 under par today, to be at a total score of 6 under par.
the caddy pointed out the line just 1 foot ahead of where he's aiming. That's something that I've not quite seen. So he seems to be having a long putt, to traverse the entire breadth of the green, but the caddy's given him a line just 1 foot ahead. Is that normally you see the caddy is giving a point somewhere towards the center of the green? This is how does that work?
I think it's kind of just going to help him with alignment and also like a point that he's trying to take the ball over. So if he can get the ball over that point and has the right speed on it, he'll probably be in the hole.
Somehow seems that he's not quite given that all. It requires. Oh, it's reached there. So this
Looks
putt-
like he has judged the speed very well, but I think a little bit more. If he had played a bit more on the higher side, that would have probably taken more of speed. But nonetheless, seems like a difficult putt to judge. Looking at the slope here on the 13th. Gaganjeet Bhullard also coming up from a similar location would actually get to learn a lot from Abhijit's putt over there.
I think look for this to be close because he would have really been helped by Abhijit's putt there.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to apprise you all, this was just a little while ago here on the 13th. We will be moving you back to the live action very, very soon. First, what a great putt there by Gaganjeet Bhullard, definitely using knowledge from Abhijit's putt here on the 13th. Karandeep Kochar, who's also in a similar location. Seems like all the three players hanging out together, all on the same side of the green over here. Karandeep Kochar, let's see if he's learnt a lot from two putts that he's seen coming up from the same place.
All three of them, similar sort of putts, I think. Would have been aiming towards the fat side of the green. Karandeep seems like he always has his weight towards the
right side.
the right side of his body, and that's something quite unique that I've
Even while
witnessed.
hitting, he has a similar kind of definitely playing towards the high side of the hole, but he'll have a little bit of work cut out over there with a right to left putt coming slightly downhill into that hole. Abhijit also has a little bit of a left-righter here left over for him to save his birdie here on the 13th hole. Kochar with a little bit of a right to lefter there for him.
Have a little bit of work left for Karandeep here. Should break a little to his left. These are the putts that you really need to get them right in order for them to go into the hole. You require a deft touch and also The apex point has to be accurate. Let's see if he's able to get that right on this time.
Absolutely, this
Brilliant
ball is going
camera
to break
work.
slightly from the outside of the right edge of the hole and come back in. Really slick putt that one, very nicely done there by Karandeep Kochar, dying that one into the hole.
Really done well on that putt.
Absolutely not as slow as it might seem, right? That was a pretty fast putt.
I
He
think
hardly
also,
hit that one.
this is the relayed green, so maybe it's a little different and playing at a different speed also. There was
Probably.
a steep slope from the top right to the front left as well.
Abhijit Chadda putting from the opposite direction as Karandeep with an opposite side putt, of course, left to right. Curling putt here for Abhijit. He's going to be looking to die this one into the hole. Look for this putt to break about a ball from the left of the cup. Nicely done there for Abhijit Singh Chadda. So both Chadda and Kochar would go on to make birdies here on the 13th hole, as we take a look now at Gaganjit Bhullar for birdie on the 13th. Nicely done there. All three players making a birdie here on the 13th hole.
Today was the biggest highlight of my golfing career or my golfing life. There is no career around it though. Playing with Jeev, I played with Jeev earlier as well, but playing with UV as well. So two greats of their own sports. UV trying his hand at golf. It's a 320-yard drive. You know, he is trying to be straight as much as he can, but he is an amazing golfer, and I think it was a pleasure playing with him.
At the Chandigarh Golf Club, as we take a look at Karandeep Kochar now on the 14th hole tee shot.
Be an interesting shot here. Birdie hole for a lot of these players going over the 7 iron, as was pointed out by Rahul, looking on anxiously.
Currently, coach are not very happy with that attempt here on the 14th hole. Take a look now at Gaganjeet Bhullar. Gaganjeet Bhullar going with a 6 iron here on the 14th hole. Today's flag location here on the 14th. Today's flag location here on the 14th is 11 yards in and 4 from the right side. Seems like the hole's playing a little bit of a headwind. Bhullar trying to cut this one into the hole. Again, another, seems like he's pulled that one a tad bit. Chadda on the 14th now. Players would be having around 190 yard shot over here to the flag location. Chadda going with a 7 iron.
Short.
चलो
As we get back to some of the live action here at the Chandigarh Golf Club, this is the 18th hole. The 18th hole has been positioned towards the right side today. 15 inside from the front edge, only 9 yards from the right. 17th tee, we've got now the group of Chikkarangappa IS playing alongside Amrit Lal and Akshay Sharma teeing off on the 17th. This is the penultimate group of this third round. First on the tee, Chikkarangappa. Chikka, who's coming off a birdie now from the 16th hole, fired up with birdies on 13th, 15th, and 16th, leading the tournament alongside Bhullar at 13 under par.
Players waiting on this hole number 17, maybe for the green to clear. How far does Amrit hit the ball?
I think he's good about 280 yards or so off the tee box. And he should be fine at about 40 odd yards left of the green. I think that would be a fine place to be.
Also has a very unconventional sort of a setup.
Absolutely, but gives it quite a whack. There you go. Stays back, gets that ball launching up in the sky, and let that wind do its job. Seems to be pretty happy with that as we take a look at Akshay Sharma. Akshay Sharma was trying to crawl back into the top 10, currently at a tie for 10th position at 7 under par. And he's pretty happy with that. Looks like Akshay Has played it as a bit of a layup here on the hole. Now on our screens is Jamal Hussain at 8 under par for the tournament. Jamal on the 18th has found himself in the fairway. This is our third leader group, Jamal Hussain, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Adil Bedi coming up on to the 18th.
Wait, on the 18th hole, let's have a look at some of the scores from the leaderboard today. You've had Harinder Gupta, the local lad from Chandigarh, shoot a 1 under and end up at 2 under for the day. Amardeep Malik, Arjun Sharma, and Sachin Bisoya all tied at 3 under for the tournament. Then you have the trio Ranjit Singh, Udyan Mane, and Arjun Puri, all shooting identical 3 under pars and being at 4 under par. Arjun Puri with that phenomenal recovery in DLF that we just spoke about recently, showing some good form here as well. Arjun Singh at 4 under par for the day and 5 under for the tournament. And then you also have Enthanga Raja, who we spoke about recently, shooting a 5 under today. As we have a look at Yuvraj here at hole.
That's the 18th hole.
Seems to be a fair bit behind. Seems to be a fair bit behind. Maybe he laid up or...
Probably just shot a club off the tee box. It seems like he's gone for that flag location. Yes, he has, I think. Has he got the right club on him? Well, that's
a good shot.
Smartly played, about 20 feet left of the flag. From his line, at probably 20 feet left and over the flag location. Players playing preferred lie. The tournament is allowing preferred lies here this week at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu now on the green. Jamal Hussain waiting to hit his second.
The fairways are in good shape. The only thing is that there are some patches where the ball tends to nestle down a little bit. So that's the reason that the players are given the option of taking a preferred lie so that they can get a flat, even lie each and every time. That's one of the things that has been done in professional golf so as to ensure that the players get a good lie whenever they hit the fairway. Jamal here coming up on the 18th hole, also opting for a safety first approach. On top of your leaderboard, we have a tie between Chikka Rangappa and Gaganjeet Bhullar. Both of these players tied at 13 under par. Karandeep Kochar trailing them by a single shot. Abhijit Singh Chadda playing level par today and 2 behind Gaganjeet and Chikka Rangappa. Shamim Khan having shot a good round of 3 under par, although at 18th was a blemish on the card. He'd like to forget he is at 8 under par, tied alongside 5 other players, Khalin, Rashid, Rahil and Jamal, who always seems to be hanging in and around the top 10.
Adil Bedi seems to have found himself just short off the green here on the 18th hole. The 18th hole, not a very long par 4, just 385 yards. Although the toughness of this hole really comes in from the tee shot, where players have to hit a big 20 to 30 yard fade to get down into the fairway.
अच्छा मैं कुछ जाना कुछ
I think that's a makeable putt. From this side of the green, just rolls a little downhill because you've seen players have had a difficulty to get the ball all the way up till the hole. So from this angle, the ball, gravity does its bit and the ball reaches the hole. So I would think that this is a makeable putt for you, Raj, here.
Absolutely. I think for the caliber of golfers that we have here on the tour, I think every putt is a makeable putt as long as they're on the dance floor. We have Adil Bedi coming up from the front of the green, very makeable chip as well for him. Although coming up 3 feet short of the hole. I really feel that for most of the professional golfers, no matter even if the putt is a long one, they're actually thinking of holing them.
Jamal, not the best of efforts here. Normally tends to attack everything within 120 yards, but I think owing to his draw ball flight,
I think probably left him a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe sometimes, players are just between clubs and unable to put in a confident swing on it. I mean, anything can really be the case, but nonetheless, Jamal has an attempt for a chip over here. But that really didn't have much of pace nor the line on it.
players having difficulty on this final hole.
I think as the winds are picking up, things are sort of evolving over here. Although atop the leaderboard there, Chikka Rangappa seems to be drawing up a string of birdies.
कैमरामैन खाली है तो भेज दो ना मेरे पास.
As I say, victory happens when you can keep your head, when all amongst and around you are unable to do the same, and Chikka is definitely doing that.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu had the line, not the speed.
Players really struggling with speed, it seems, this week.
I think maybe some of the greens are up on speed. Some of the greens might be a little bit down. I think, and also coming up from about 30, 35 feet away, I think that's a pretty good effort.
Yes,
Just coming up within 1 foot, maybe 1.5 feet off the hole there for you, Raj.
you can't quite miss Jamal in those pink pants that have become a staple for day 3. So I think our predictions for this week going in about 16 or 17 under par will definitely come true. It seems that
They'll definitely come
Gaganjeet or Chikka would definitely reach 14 if not 15 under par, to be honest with you.
Do you reckon that we will have 5 playoffs in a row for this tournament?
It sure seems that way because they're bunched up. Nobody's able to separate themselves, and I don't think that will happen tomorrow either, because you have the likes of Abhijit, Karandeep, Gaganjeet, Chikka, all of these players able to shoot the similar kind of scores, and obviously chasing pack. You have the likes of Kalin Joshi, who has the ability of going deep. So I think in all likelihood it looks like it might be a playoff unless somebody can really get off to a hot start tomorrow. A brilliant putt by Jamal.
Jamal saves that par on the last to stay at a tie for fifth position at a total score of 7 under par. As we take a look now at Adil Bedi. Bedi, after a very solid junior career, came on to win the Bengal Open in 2020-21 season. Here on the PGTI, his maiden victory as a professional, has been battling a wrist injury, going up now for a par here on the last hole, about 4 feet away from the hole. This one will break a little bit from the right to the left, or just a tad bit, probably a right inside line here for him.
Oh, unfortunate miss. It's not going Adil's way, is it?
Absolutely not. Adil Bedi would drop another shot. This will drop him down to
हाँ
5 under par for the tournament. Seems quite dejected by that.
Yes, exasperated to say the least. It's not been his day. Not a happy camper at this point in time, but look to come back tomorrow and shoot a low number.
As we now take a look at last week's winner, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, just with us 2-footer here for par on the last hole to end his campaign for the third day of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. This will be to close in a round of 2 over par. Number 2 currently on the order of merit for this season, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
But
Yep, no problem there for him. Back over to the 17th, our leader group here. Karandeep Kocher going with a hybrid club here on the 17th hole. The 17th is a 371-yard par 4 dogleg from the left to the right. Looks like Kocher is trying to put himself into a position to have a full shot into this green. Chadda going with a driver, of course, over here has the firepower to get this one up onto the green location.
I think they should make for great viewing right here.
Chadda can definitely capitalize on this hole. He's currently at 11 under par. Looking to finish under par, of course, for the day is Abhijit. He's been playing some solid golf for the last 2 years now. Just been knocking on the door ever so often. Won the Pune Open last year. He's defending that title next week itself. Looks like he's
Not too happy with
not too
that.
happy with that. Gaganjeet Bullard with another birdie on the 16th hole has moved up to 14 under par, leading by one shot over Chikkarangappa, who is at 13 under, Karandeep Kochar at 12 under, and Chadda at 11 under par. A very interesting roundup of events over here. There's so many players within one shot of each other, and each player better than the other. And it's going to be an interesting final day tomorrow with the leader at 14 under, Chikka at 13, Karandeep at 12, and Abhijit at 11 under par. So that's going to be a battle of some really top names and some really top golfers out there.
Well, this is the top tournament. We're talking about the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational presented by Take 2022. So you expected nothing but the best. And
Absolutely, and this is really getting crowded on top. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow with, especially starting even now for that matter, Abhijit Singh Chadda playing the 17th hole, Bullard playing the 17th hole. They could be going on and making another few birdies out there before they end the day.
I feel the lead could well be at 15 under par. Given that the fact that they have the 17th and the 18th coming up.
I guess our numbers might be wrong then.
I mean, you never know. Tomorrow could be a different day because the flag pin positions are going to be different, and it's not that easy to shoot a low number on the final day. Maybe one odd player, especially from the leading pack, would do that. But we've seen that the final day things tend to taper off a little bit, and
Right.
the leader shoots about a couple under par. The chasing pack, they tend to flourish a little better on the final day.
Oh, Varun Parekh just showed something completely different though in DLF.
Yeah,
Side, but you're right. I mean, trend really shows
the
that
trend
things
shows
do
that,
get
because
slowed
it's
down
not that
slightly.
easy. This is, and especially given the fact this is not one of those golf courses that you can just carry on and sort of just power over altogether on the final day. This does require finesse. This does require patience, and I mean, given the fact that the players are still shooting the lights out, it's possible that you could even reach the 19 under par mark. But the last day is a little different. You've seen a couple of flags have been easy. The 9th hole has been very welcoming. The 13th hole has been very welcoming. So I predict tomorrow the flags will be a lot tougher.
Absolutely, they'll be is definitely looking forward to a right top flag pin position on the 18th hole for tomorrow. If the 17th hole gets up on top of that green, that also becomes a very difficult flag location to attack. On the 13th hole, with a right front flag location, becomes a tough flag location to eagle at least. Some players will definitely still be birding it. But I mean, going into tomorrow, I think we are looking at some phenomenal golf, which is still remaining to be played over the next 18 holes as we move on from today.
Yes, it's also there's so much pedigree on that leaderboard. If you have players who are unproven and who are not previous winners, then you know that maybe they might capitulate on the final day. None of that is expected from this lot. Gaganjeet, Chikkarangappa, Karandeep, Abhijit, Shamim, Khalin, Rashid, Rahil, Jamal. You have in the top 10, you have all of them who are winners. Even Akshay Sharma, who's at 11th position, he's a winner. So all winners, and many of them international winners, multiple international winners with so much pedigree. You know that somebody is 80% of the players are going to play well. Only a few might feel the nerves. So there are going to be no nerves. They're going to be on their best foot right from the first hole. So in that aspect, it's going to be quite a unique tournament. The
Absolutely.
best, what you really want in a tournament like this, it's almost like a major. You want the best players to come to the fore, and come to the fore they have. They perform brilliantly well.
In fact, I think going into tomorrow, it will be a really stellar fight even to finish into the top 10 for a lot of the players, because there's a bunch of guys from on the 5th position, 6 players tied up all the way on till the 10th. And then there's just one shot difference between a bunch of players who are at 11th, 13th, and 20th position. They're all separated by just one shot. So there'll be a different fight going on there as well.
Yes, there'll also be that fight that we often see for the 5th position, those world ranking points. It's important for players who want to venture abroad, maybe not so much for the players who just,
Right.
sort of relinquish their opportunities and stay here.
Right.
But I find that you couldn't have had a better field. And, the best thing is that the best players, Gaganjeet Bullard probably being the highest ranked player this week with the world rankings.
Yeah.
So he's showing his stamping his class from this tournament.
Absolutely is. He's also recently had some a victory on the Asian Tour as well. So, which puts him into a good position. We have Chikkarangappa now striding down that 18th fairway.
18th hole here, a birdie opportunity for players like Chika Rangappa. An aggressive player, especially with his wedges, and don't expect him to have anything more than a sand or a pitching wedge here on the 18th.
Absolutely. I think most players are going to have either a 100 or somewhere between a 90 to a 120 yard shot onto the green here. Chikka has left himself in a similar location as what Rashid did some time ago. He's left and short of that bunker in the thick rough. So the only problem that comes up from these kind of locations is that because you don't have enough control on the spin rate and enough area to put in good contact on the ball, controlling direction and distance both become very difficult. Although these players are equipped enough to handle that kind of stuff, but it does become very challenging to pinpoint a ball at the particular yardage that you're looking at. Amrit Lal further back from Chikka, also coming up from the rough, currently at a tie for 11th position at 7 under par for the tournament.
Interesting shots coming up here on the 18th. You've seen Chika, that bunker is about 80 yards short of the green, so he's obviously hit a big drive well in front of the 100-yard marker. And I think with him being towards that left-hand side and coming out of the rough, he can play a little to the left and maybe pitch it a little short and make the ball run up.
Most definitely will have to do that if he wants to keep it close to the hole.
This is going to be a very tricky shot coming out of that rough. I'm not too sure if he has a jumper or if the ball is down. I don't think he's looking at the flag anywhere towards the left edge and then just let it roll up or be towards the center of the green. You don't want to be flirting with that flag.
Absolutely not. Not especially if you're not coming from the fairway, not at all. Akshay Sharma can flirt with it though.
Pole position here for Akshay.
Well, Akshay has played a smart one, but a little too smart at that.
I think it's a little too safe. Should have given himself an opportunity for birdie by being on the green. But I'm seeing your players are playing rather too safe on this flag. Don't you think so? They're really.
I think it's also become very windy at this time of the day, and especially when you're coming from the right side of the fairway to attack a flag location.
Look at that!
A brilliant shot by Amrit Lal.
Amrit has proven me wrong.
So I think that especially when you're coming from the location where Akshay was coming from, in fact, Amrit had a way better angle than what Akshay does, even though he's coming from the fairway. And Chikka also has that same angle. So when you're coming from a location like where Akshay was coming from, you need to have the absolute right yardage. You can tend to want to tug it a little bit, and then you could end up doing a little bit extra, especially on a windy day. And that's what he just did. And while Chikka, now coming up from that left rough, again has a good line to play. Let's see if he can get it as close as what Amrit Lal did.
A lot would depend on the lie that he has. I think given the fact that he's taking a few more swings than he normally does, that means there's something definitely to that lie. It's not an ordinary lie. It could be a little nestled down. I reckon that would be determined by the flight that the ball takes. He's been very meticulous in his preparation for this shot.
Now Chikka is 13 under par and just one shot off the pace.
Kicking off high. That's a good shot. He was able to generate a lot of spin there and stop that ball as well. So he'll have that 15-footer coming back downhill, right, left for birdie.
A pretty good shot there by Chikka. But he really took on that flag, didn't he?
Yes.
Even though he was coming off the rough.
The only one who didn't take that shot on was the one who was in the center of the fairway. So
absolutely.
That's what the game of golf is. You never quite know what's going to happen.
Because that hazard there on the right side of the green just changes the complete ball game when it comes to your approach shot on this hole. The same place, if the pin's tucked up a little bit towards the left side of the green, just completely changes. It just becomes a much easier golf shot. Chikka in a similar location as Jyoti Randhawa was some time back. This putt breaks a little bit from the left to the right, but it does become quite straightish towards the end, nearer to the hole.
Yes, I think one of the good things about this putt being downhill that you don't really need to worry that much about speed. It should get there on its own. A lot of preparation being given for this, being done for this final part by these players. Actually taking out the flag, so obviously that's signaling his intent, and that's what the players do when they have an intent of holding that putt. My apologies, that chip.
Rahul Gangji with a strong finish here today at the Chandigarh Golf Club. Birdie on the 13th, a birdie on 16th, 17th, and 18th to finish with a round of 2 under par on that leaderboard. To be at 8 under, tie for 5th.
A lot of players are finishing strong, as you can see, birdieing at least 2 of the last 3 holes. Many of the players have actually birdied 2 of the last 3. With only Shamim Khan, the person who seems to be over par for the last 3 holes. Otherwise, everybody has capitalized on these holes.
A lot of them, in fact. Just looking at averages, very less number of players who have not made at least one birdie in the last 3 holes. Akshay Sharma still seems to be left with some work to do there to save his par after that chip. Local lad Akshay Sharma. And so is Amrit Lal playing alongside Akshay. Chikka Rangappa is now coming up for his birdie on the last hole. Can Chikka make this putt and tie Gaganjeet Bhullar for the lead at 14 under par? Yet to be seen.
My feeling is that this ball is finding the bottom of the cup. And again, another putt that was left right in the jaws.
It seems like you said that the ball will go automatically just because it's on a downhill.
I did. It didn't quite work out.
I've never heard that before, but I just thought because you were saying it with your experience of commentating, you might be right.
I was right, but not on this. Even when I'm wrong, I'm right. But I should have reached the hole. He had the line, he had everything. Somehow, there's something.
But it should have reached the hole just because you said so?
Of course.
Wow. That's a new one, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not believe what he's saying. You have to actually hit the putt for it to go in the hole. Even if it is a downhill.
Commentary is part entertainment, part imagination, and part truth.
Well, you'd know that.
We are here to entertain our audience, not like Maximus, General Maximus Aurelius. Are you not entertained? So let's see if this ball goes in the hole.
Akshay Sharma for par on the 18th needs this one to stay at a tie for 5th position at 8 under par. Sharma has a pretty straight up putt there to the hole. Akshay going to make that one Save his par on the last hole. Would stay at 8 under par. Still have another day to go.
It's a brilliant putt right there.
Amrit Lal would also stay at a tie for 11th position at a total score of 7 under par. Amrit had a little bit of an up and down round today, but managed to finish at even par for the day.
It's a good outing for the young man, doing well.
Now we await our final group coming up on to the 18th hole. Gaganjeet Bhullar, Karandeep Kochar and Abhijit Singh Chadda. And lovely galleries here at the Chandigarh Golf Club. Always manages to get some crowds out, doesn't it?
Yes, they do love their golf here, and they're being, the PGTI is showcasing some of the best golf that can be displayed here, and the players have really relished in these opportunities. Showcasing some brilliant golf today. The likes of Chikarangappa, 5 under par, Karandeep Kochar, 4 under par, Gaganjeet Bhullar, 4 under par. A lot of red numbers on this golf course, and believe you me, this golf course doesn't yield red numbers that easily. Also have Aman Raj shooting a 4 under par today, 7 under for the tournament. Then you have N. Sangaraja from Sri Lanka shooting a 5 under today. A lot of low scores. At the moment, you have 51 players at level par or better after the completion of 4 days. So that's just a fantastic golf all around as we have a look at Gaganjeet Bhullar's drive. Big drive right there by Gaganjeet. He seems to be in perfect position to make birdie here on hole number 18. Would have nothing more than 75 yards to that flag. The other two players in this leader group are Karandeep Kochar and Abhijit Singh Chadda, with Karandeep Kochar currently sitting at 13 under par and Abhijit Singh Chadda at 11 under par. Gaganjeet Bhullar leading the tournament at 14 under par. Might like to fade this one. A low spinning one. We started about 2 or 3 yards left of the flag and let that ball spin back to the right. Gaganjeet has played so much golf here. Started out in sub-junior golf. Was always a good golfer, head and shoulders in each category. I remember even as a sub-junior and then junior, was always able to dominate the competition. The PGTI is a melting pot of talent. You have players from all over the world, different cultures coming here, and all over the country as well.
Gaganjeet Bhullar there, long way down into the fairway. Probably has about a 90-yarder into this flag location. Karandeep Kochar, only player in this leader group who have made a birdie on the 17th hole after hitting a hybrid off the tee. There you go. You just have to play with your advantages. You don't have to always take on the green, do you?
Yes,
Chadda and Bhullar took on the green with their drivers, but came along with a 4.
You think fortune doesn't favor the brave?
No, I'm just saying that it doesn't mean that they will always make a 4 over
You're
there.
just saying stuff because you have to say it, right?
Well, that happens to be a part of my job over here.
Well, I'll tell you, I thought that Gaganjeet is about 75 yards from the flag. I think he's 90. I think he's older than that.
75 yards to the front, maybe, but the pin's about 15 yards inside, my friend.
That makes me feel a lot better. About
Last time I
myself.
remember,
I only had 147 yards, so not too bad.
that's about how many yards behind Gaganjeet would that be?
By your calculation, only about 57 yards. That's not too bad.
What were you to the flag?
147.
To the flag.
Yes.
That was 5 yards in that day, wasn't it? Front
No,
flag.
no, it was back.
Don't
to
you
right
lie.
at the back.
Don't you lie.
Right at the back, my friend. It was about 37 behind the green. It actually placed it on a flat portion behind the green. Now let's see what happens here. Are there going to be some birdies in store? Or is that hungry water hazard going to be fed with a golf ball? Only time will tell. It looks rather benign, to be honest. Very little water there. Not intimidating. I think they should add a couple of
It's a little bit right-left headwind
couple
here.
of fountains, maybe an alligator or two. What do you think?
Is that headwind? Can you tell from the leaves? I think it's headwind.
I can't tell nothing from here, to be honest with you. But yes, I can guess. I can help you guess, my friend. If it was tailwind on the 17, how can it be headwind here? This is this is a critical mistake by you.
Have a look.
As we masquerade as commentators, masquerade as wannabe commentators, I tell you that we don't know a thing about the wind at this point in time. It seems to be switching, and so does the competition. Karandeep Kocher is hitting it from the left-hand side, coming out low, coming in hot.
Coach has pulled that one slight bit.
It's going to be 4 left.
It should be okay.
Leaving it a little short.
How far short of the green is that? That's quite a bit short of the green. But maybe 15 odd yards, 10-15 yards maybe. That is Abhijit Chadda twirling his club.
Is this seems like Abhijit Chadda is going to wait for Gaganjeet, or who's going to go first?
Well, we'll find out very soon. Chadda seems to have found the bunker, is it? Fairway bunker here.
I think
on
that's
the
a
18th.
difficult shot from the bunker to hit over water, and especially it's not a full shot either. It's going to be like an 80-yard
Yep.
shot. It's very tricky for these players.
Absolutely. I think it's a tricky shot for anyone, right? For that matter. Gaganjeet Bhullar seems to have hit his second shot. We haven't been able to see where his ball has landed. We will know very soon. As we take a look now at Abhijit Chadda.
What suggestions do you have if you find yourself in a bunker with water, shot of the flag, and 80 yards? You play it safe or try and go for the flag?
I mean, completely depends firstly whether you have that shot in your arsenal or not. But if you do, please go maybe 6 feet left of the hole, even if you have a
There
good
you
chance
have
at it.
There you have it. Master has spoken. 6 feet left. Let's see if it's 6 or more here.
I think Chadda can definitely get this one close to the hole.
That's good
I think
contact.
he seems to have liked it. Alright, maybe a tad bit extra bit of sand there for him. Shouldn't be too bad though. Should be just about short off the green if anything. Chandigarh always managing to get crowds to come in and enjoy the sunny days and watch some golf and terrific weather now that we are in the middle of October. Bowler seems to be within 15 feet off the hole for birdie. No wonder we could hear a few claps there.
Seems to be in the best position in this group, which has struggled a little bit.
Well, Chadda has attacked the flag actually. He didn't. He probably got a little bit extra sand on that shot.
That was a risky shot.
Yeah.
Didn't quite execute it to perfection, but not too bad. I think that's not a bad place to chip it in from. he'll be able to take a preferred lie. Currently sitting at 11 under par. Even if Govind is to make a birdie, you still be within shouting distance. But from the looks of it, it seems like the leader group will comprise of Gaganjit, Chikarangappa, and Karandeep.
As we wait for Karandeep, who's actually about 20 yards short of the green at this moment.
Cleaning his grooves.
Look for this ball to really spin up there, up close and personal with the hole.
That's a good point for amateurs when you're hitting your shot from within 100 yards. Make sure that the grooves of the club are clean. Helps you impart a little bit of more spin and get a little bit more control on that shot. He's very good with these shots in and around the greens. Let's see if he stays true to form.
Kocher seems to like it. There we have
what
it.
a
Kocher
brilliant shot,
just about
there.
2.5 feet past the hole there. Amazing golf shot there by Karandeep Kocher. Fine exhibition of his short game skills.
That's a brilliant shot.
Let's see if Abhijit Singh Chadda can actually get this ball close enough for a chip in on the 18th hole. Chadda, who is currently at even par for the day and 11 under par for the tournament, our leader after day 2. Abhijit Singh Chadda. Has he got it? Has he got it? Has he got it? Oh wow, what a golf shot there by Abhijit Singh Chadda. Almost holding that chip
That's
from
a
the
brilliant
front
shot
of the
by
green.
Abhijit.
Stellar stuff. Abhijit would stick around at 11 under par going into the final round here at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 22. Kavanjit Bullard now increase his lead by another shot over Chikarangappa and Karandeep Kocher. Kavanjit Bullard putting to get to 15 under par for the tournament.
Do you think we'll finally see a putt rolling up all the way to the hole and going in? You know, I've given up now, so I'm not gonna.
This ball is definitely going. It will have the right speed on it. We just yet to see whether it's going in the hole or not.
I'm not gonna predict anything. Just gonna hope for the best. Again,
Oh, actually, it didn't.
Really
Wow,
didn't.
that was he's left that way short of the hole.
it's just unfathomable, to be honest. I don't understand what's happening. It's on this hole, from all sides of the hole, the players have not been able to get the ball all the way to the cup, whether it's from the left, right, or even short. It's been a strange green for the players to contend with.
I think we saw that on a couple of other holes as well, where players were unable to
Yeah, we
reach
saw it
it
in
up.
hole number 7 as well.
Hole number 1 as well. We saw that
But really accentuated here.
accentuated here.
Because,
yes, definitely.
coming in from a different angle, you would think that the ball would at least make it to the hole, but that's not been the case.
As we now take a look at Karandeep Kocher, who is cleaning up for his par here. Karandeep, after a superb pitch attempt there from about 20 yards short off the green, had to chip out from the left rough. Didn't catch that ball quite good, although he had a line to the green. Nonetheless, now has this 3-footer to save his par.
Should be able to make this. Finally, we get to see some putt going in the hole, no matter the distance.
Kocher.
Pretty unique putting stroke by Kocher. I saw.
He's a really, really solid putter actually. He's very good with the flat stick. He does have an unorthodox sort of an action, but very effective at that. Kocher finishing up with a round of 68 here on the third day. To be at 13 under par, one shot away from Gaganjeet Bhullar, the leader. There, Gaganjeet Bhullar, our leader after the penultimate day here at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational, stays at 14 under par to lead the way over Chikkarangappa S and Karandeep Kocher by one shot and 3 shots over the second day leader Abhijit Singh Chadda. As we have other players who are following suit at tied for fifth position at 8 under par. As we move to the end of this moving day coverage here at ABP Live. This is me, Rahul Bajaj, alongside my co-host Shaurya Singh, signing off from the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022, presented by Take. We will be back here at 8:55 a.m. on Sunday morning tomorrow to showcase the final round coverage.
So for all our viewers, please be on time, as we will definitely see you there at 8:55 sharp. Till next time, goodbye.